And hello, Farrell. Farrell's been nice to me lately. And
she's a little Farrell. You got to tame her.
KDHX St. Louis. This is Maddie's Midweek Mixtape Meltdown. Feral housewife, my friend. I asked her, what are you in the mood for this week? She said, more country, so.
Oh, I see. Feral housewife. Hi.
Speaking of dropping bombs.
Good morning.
Oh, Feral housewife. How are you?
Okay, Feral, let's go to your islands. The beautiful Feral Islands, which are named Faroe Islands. But someone really wants to make fun of my accent. These are Farrell's Islands. Happy now, Farrell? I didn't used to have so many gray hairs until I met some of them.
Farrell! What's happening?
What's up? Ooh, Baker told me high energy. I hope this. Hold on, I'm gonna. Is this? Okay, there it is. It is. Seems like it's working. Hi, beep. I think it's just us right now because Baker is still going. So he told me to have high energy, but I'm tired. I just got out of bed. It's good morning for me. I slept for like an hour and a half today. I'm super tired. But I had to finish saving and uploading the Tony Lazaro testimony, so I couldn't go to bed when I got home. So, Eris, I love. Morning, Pixie. I have some Celsius on its way here. I'm pretty excited for that because I'm gonna need them today. And Ross Smith. That's awesome. I love that man. He's pretty great, huh? I'm still waking up. So Baker told me I have high energy, but not yet. Jamie says she's on her way home, so she should be here in just a little bit. I know. Yeah, I don't like having Brendan, you're mean. I don't want to be full screen, so we have the higher energy. I can't, Baker. I can't do it. Whatever. We're gonna start the trial because I don't have higher energy, Baker. Oh, wrong screen.
And when did you marry?
In 1981.
And where did that occur?
Also in Warren, Ohio.
Now, at the time that you met Cindy, were you working as a law enforcement officer then?
Yes, sir, I was.
And in what capacity were you working when you two first met and began to see each other?
I was working as an undercover drug agent with the Sheriff's Department, where I was employed.
In your time with the Sheriff's Office, could you just describe for us what different positions you held or responsibilities you had?
Well, I had a brief stint as considered an auxiliary officer. I was immediately asked to become a full-time officer, which I did. I was in 2 years road patrol. I advanced pretty quickly to become a detective, and I was working at different times in auto theft. I mean, it was a lot of different things, and homicide. I did a lot of different varied things as a detective.
How big an agency was the Sheriff's Department? Well, is it Warren, Ohio Sheriff's Department, or?
It's called the Trumbull County Sheriff's Department.
Trumbull County Sheriff's Department. How big a Sheriff's Department is that?
At the time that I was employed there, we had a road patrol, or at least a full-size staff, about 110, maybe 112 sheriff deputies.
And how about the detective divisions? How many detectives did you all have?
Somewhere in the neighborhood about 10 to 12. It wasn't a real large agency, but I would say roughly about that.
So during your period as a detective, did you investigate a number of different kinds of crimes?
Right. I originally started out with, as far as, like it says, the auto theft and also like break-ins and things like that. But from time to time, you would be brought into other realms of investigation.
And occasionally even homicide cases, I think you just said.
That could happen from time to time, yes, depending on what was needed and the number of staff that can be utilized.
Now, during your marriage, were you blessed with children?
Yes, fortunate enough to have 2 children with Cindy.
Okay. And the oldest, could you tell us the name and gender of that child?
My oldest is my son, Lee. He is going to be 29 years old this year.
And what year was he born?
In 1982.
And how about your daughter?
Casey, which she's a female. She was.
Yes, Baker.
Hey, Farrell. So nice to see you. A few people came over from my chat, my channel.
See that.
Have you told them what this case is about?
Oh, Baker killing me. All right, this is Casey Anthony on screen right now. This trial is from 2011. The case is from 2008, when her daughter went missing for 31 days, and she went partying for 31 days until her mother called law enforcement to first report that Casey had stolen her car, and then to say that Casey claimed that the nanny kidnapped her daughter 31 days before, which started this whole ball rolling. And I can't remember when it was they finally found Kaylee's body a few months later. So now she's on trial. And rumor is I think she might get acquitted. She was grieving. I mean, if dancing on tables is grieving, sure.
You could also say that during the opening statement, the defense really alleged to that her father, who is on the stand right now, if I have it correctly, might have been very inappropriate with her when she was a kid, and kind of alleged that the missing daughter could be his. If
No. They allege that the daughter could be her brother's.
Oh yeah, that's better. Yeah, that's better.
They claimed her brother was also doing the dirty with her.
So it wasn't quite Washington D.C. It was only Alabama.
And they promised us to show us that is facts.
Yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah, and Lesko says, wait, what? Yeah, during the opening statements, her defense attorney, who is a very famous defense attorney, named
Jose Baez.
Jose Baez. That's Jose Baez in Spanish, Jamie. He alleged that the father was inappropriate with her when she was younger, and that's why she was as she was, and that's why instead of grieving, she was out getting tattoos and dancing on tables, and then said that they were trying to hide the daughter away and her pregnancy because it could have been the brother putting it in there, and I guess they made the same noises as Thomas Randolph did when they made the baby.
That's been alleged, Stephen. I don't really know, but yeah, a lot of people claim that that's how she paid for her attorney's fees. So, and then she became a PI
don't know
for one of the other attorneys.
I'm betting Jose Baez doesn't go for cheap.
No, he does not. That's for sure.
So I'm pretty sure that she couldn't even pay his hourly rate with that payment method.
But look at her. I mean,
Yeah, she looks kind of like she's trying to have a beehive.
Her outfit in the next one is my favorite one of the entire trial. with her boyfriend at the time that Kaylee disappeared, died, whatever. Are you ready to watch it now?
Yeah, it was just making sure that everyone was up to speed.
And thank you for the raid. I love ya. You're great.
Yeah, Jamie makes us say that.
Yeah, Jamie did. She was prodding me in the back. Oh my. We're going to watch this. Jeez.
She was born in 1986, and so now she's 25.
Now, did there come a time during the time you lived in Ohio when you got out of law enforcement and got into another line of work?
I got out of law enforcement for two reasons. My father had asked me to come back into a family established car business. And after numerous incidents that occurred within the sheriff's department through being hurt on the job, different other things made me change my mind to get out of law enforcement and go back into a family business. That I know, number one, would be more stable. I would be able to provide more for my family.
Now, were you still working as a law enforcement officer when Casey was born, or did that happen during your second career?
Let me see. Casey was born after I had left the sheriff's department.
And you said you went into a family business. What type of family business was that?
My father started a automobile agency back in 1947, so he had been in the business for numerous years.
Did there come a point in time when, so you did go to work for your father then?
Yes.
Did there come a point in time when your father left the business or you left his business?
Well, my father was sort of in like a semi-retirement when I joined him in 1984, and shortly thereafter, we had some incidents occur between him and I. We decided to part ways. And I believe that was in 1987. I'm roughly thinking about that was probably the time.
And did you decide to basically go out on your own in that same type of business?
Right. I started to start my own automobile agency, a small used car dealership, and provide for my family. Yes.
Now, when Casey was born, were you still working for your dad, or were you on your own at that point? Casey had just been born, and it was like about a year after Casey had been born that I went out on my own, or I started another business. Now, at some point, did you and your wife decide to leave Ohio, where you had grown and lived, and move to Florida?
Yes, we decided for a lot of reasons. Number one, my parents had retired here in Florida. Cindy's parents also had retired in Florida.
Nice banner.
And
maker.
through but the company that I had established was suffering financially. Just a lot of different reasons came into play for us to decide, well, the children were young enough. Why not go to Florida? I mean, that's somewhere where both sets of grandparents were at. Fresh start. Give us just another opportunity to start over.
Now, during your, during your marriage, through the birth of your children, did your wife Cindy continue to work?
Cindy she started working part-time when Lee was first born to provide for him and be there for him. And she started working full-time. And I know she took some time off a little bit when Casey was born. And she still worked. I can't remember the exact many of hours she had been working during the week, something like that, but it wasn't a lot. She took time to help raise our children.
Now, about what were the ages of your children when you all moved to Florida?
Lee was just shy of being 7 years old, and Casey was just 3 years old.
When you got here to Florida, did Cindy go to work in her profession?
Pretty much immediately. She was hired by a orthopedic clinic in Winter Park, and it took me about 3 months before I was employed.
Had you considered going into law enforcement when you got to Florida?
I did go down to the Orlando Police Department and look into being hired by them. And because of having that law enforcement background, I thought it would be an easier chance for me to get reestablished and start having pretty much an income right away.
And did you decide not to pursue that?
Right after thinking about some of the drawbacks of law enforcement and how telling it can be and hard, it's a very hard line of work to adhere to every single day. It's very demanding.
All right. And was your wife part of that decision-making process?
All right.
going back in?
I apologize. Yes, she didn't want me to go back in law enforcement because she's seen what could potentially happen. I mean, you could be going to work one day and not come home the next. It's a very tough position, very profession.
At some point, did you get into the private security field?
Yes, I was hired by the city of Orlando and started working at what was considered the Centralplex at the time, with the Orlando Arena, Bob Carr. What was that?
And in the years leading up to the events we're going to discuss, did you work in that field pretty consistently?
Pretty consistently. It's unfortunate that from time to time you lose a position or you have a chance to move on somewhere along and you make some decisions to go into another line of work or get back into something that you know. Yes, I did some more security work, yes, over the years.
And did Cindy continue to work in her nursing profession?
Yes, Cindy has been very fortunate. She's only had 2 positions of employment since we've been here all these years.
Now, did there come a point in time when you learned that your daughter was pregnant?
Yes, I did. I think it was like May or June of 2005.
How did you learn that she was pregnant?
My daughter and my wife set me down in our living room and said they had something to tell me. And first hearing about it, extremely excited to be a grandfather, to see my daughter be a mother, but also concerns about, how she's going to raise a child because she's a single mom. I never really thought too much about who the father could be. That was a discussion I wanted to have maybe a little bit later. I wanted my daughter first to be happy, to get through the pregnancy fine, to enjoy that special time of becoming a mother that I thought was very important.
Now, you kind of touched on this a little bit. At the time that you learned of the pregnancy, your daughter was not married at the time. As far as was she?
Yeah, Casey's never been married.
At the time that you learned of the pregnancy, was she involved with someone where you would sort of assume that person was the father?
Well, I really wasn't sure if Casey, I know Casey had dated at different times over the years, but I really wasn't sure about who she was maybe seeing on a more serious basis or anything like that. No, sir.
So how did you and your wife begin to prepare for the arrival of a grandchild?
Oh, just doing everything we can to make Casey's life as easy as possible for our grandchild. Getting a chance to go to different times when she was going to be examined. Went through the ultrasound.
Did you go?
Oh, absolutely, I did. And when I got a chance to see that it was considered, I think it's called a pancake, I think it's the term, or something like that, of when you can see it's going to be a girl.
Okay.
Maybe that's not the proper terminology, but I was very excited. I mean, if having a grandson would have been terrific, but just knowing that she was going to be a mother and us be grandparents, it wouldn't have mattered. She could have had 3 or 4 children at once. It would have been fine with me. I just was excited.
At the time that you learned of the pregnancy, was Casey living under your roof?
Casey has always lived with us, yes.
Now, was she in school at that time?
Yes, great success.
The time you learned of the pregnancy? Or had she already finished high school?
She already finished high school.
Her and her brother.
To your knowledge, at that point, was she working?
She was working for a company called Color Vision, which is a subcontractor for Universal Studios.
Was it your understanding that was one of those companies that take your picture when you walk in the front door and then offer to sell it to you?
Yes.
Later, that kind of thing?
Yes.
All right. So during your preparations for this, was there any question among the 3 of you as to where Casey and your grandchild would live after she was born?
No, I mean, we opened up. She's always lived at home, and we thought that would be not thought, but we knew that having Kaylee with us, or knowing that our grandchild could live with us until Casey got more established, better on her own, possibly job promotion or whatever it might be, she would stay with us until the time she felt that she wanted to leave.
Now, you mentioned home. Where was home?
Home is 4937 Hope Spring Drive, where we've lived since 1989.
Since when?
Since 1989.
89. And was that a house that you all purchased? Did you purchase it actually before you moved to Florida or sort of early on?
Cindy had came down to Florida to see her parents, and when we decided we were going to be moving down here because of my work at the time and through other things, I couldn't get away. Cindy basically came down and looked the area over, found a realtor, found a home, and what they say the rest is sort of history. That's the home we settled on.
And is this a home in which you raised your children and were intending to help raise Kaylee?
Oh, yes.
Could we show the witness State's Exhibit AN for identification? If you'll look at the screen for a moment. Do you recognize the photograph that we've identified, State's Exhibit AN for identification?
That is our home at Hope Spring Drive, 4937.
That's the one you've described to us where your children were raised and
yes,
Kaylee was to be raised. This time, Your Honor, State will move into evidence State's Exhibit AN for identification.
What says the defense? There being no objections, it will be received in evidence as State's Exhibit numbered.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
You may publish.
You're muted.
My humans are home, so they like to make noise. They think that's fun. What did you say?
Can I ask a question? Why do Americans always plant a tree right out in front of the living room windows?
I don't know. I have one right out in front of mine too.
It's so stupid.
I didn't plant it there though.
No, but especially us who live a little bit north. We only get so little sun. In Florida, yeah, it might, but then it
But
just
if you're in
takes the
Florida,
view.
you definitely want one because you get plenty of sun and it helps.
Yeah, but then you
block
have it like I have some brush right outside of my house, and whenever
There you go.
it
Curb appeal. That's
yeah, but
why.
then move it away from the house because if it gets too big, there's a I understand Florida. Sometimes sharks are taken by tornadoes and thrown around down there. I've seen it in a movie. Move it away from the house because I'm
Or you
gonna.
just have a goat eat it.
Yeah, Valhalla should have a service. Just go around with goats.
Get rid of those pesky window blocking trees.
It's I just see it a lot in American things.
I fancy.
Yeah.
I hate how George downplays everything. Like, I'm sorry, you probably weren't when she first told you that she was pregnant. You probably weren't like, you're probably upset. It's fine. You're allowed to be upset about things. It doesn't mean you're a bad dad or gonna be a bad grandpa. Like,
No, but again, it's kind of like watching Thomas going through this home invasion where he snuck around the corners like he was Magnum PI, and they're so afraid to look bad on the stand. And I know you shouldn't say, well, I wanted to yeet her out of the house because that little pullback should really. Oh, I can use Danish word for that. YouTube AI wouldn't understand when I say luder. She should really keep her legs together and start having a job. Of course, you won't say that because it's your daughter and she's on the or is indicted. But still, it wasn't sunny. You weren't happy when your 18-year-old daughter came home and said, "I don't know, maybe it's
I'm gonna have
John,
a baby
maybe it's
next
Jimmy."
month.
Yeah, I forgot which dad made her. Have I told you about my friend who were sitting outside the courtroom with 4 other guys, and he won the lottery?
It wasn't his, or it was?
It was his, but he looked in
Oh,
the eyes
well.
of the other 4 guys that were potentially dads.
Oh, I don't think that it has ever been confirmed who the father of Kaylee is. Not that I remember. And I
Oh,
think
that's
I looked last week and I don't think it's ever been confirmed. I think it's been confirmed that her father and her brother are definitely not, though.
Rossman Ralph can hook you up with a
There
donkey.
you go. Yeah. Yep.
We're bringing asses and goats across the USA. Of course, Valhalla has 2 asses.
Well, Valkyrie has 3.
It is Geraldo.
Yes, it is. He's there. Nancy Grace was there quite a bit of almost every day. Both of them were there. Quite a few TV personalities in the court world were there.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt.
No, you're fine. I think that the 1.25 might be too quick on this.
Yeah, he speaks quite fast.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop it back. I keep opening the wrong. And they need one between the normal and the 1.25. That'd probably be perfect. It's a little bit too slow, but then 1.25 is a little too fast.
Now, this, during the time that you were assisting with the pregnancy and waiting for your grandchild to come around, did Casey continue to work?
Casey worked up until I think it might have been about at least 2 or 3 weeks prior to Kaylee being born. I might be off maybe a week or so, but at least it's in that short time period.
Tell us about Kaylee's birth. Where were you when you found out? I'll try and help you with this. Where were you when you found out that it was time?
We were, Cindy, Casey, and I were all at home. And Casey had been starting to become a little bit ill, or she was showing signs of possible labor. I mean, she was throwing up. You know, she had some other small issues that made us think, okay, maybe this is something that's going on. That's something we need to look into and get her some assistance. So we took her up to the hospital, and I think in a few short hours, you know, the doctor was called in, her pediatrician, and
You mean her obstetrician?
obstetrician. I'm sorry,
That's okay.
Obstetrician, yes. And the lady helped her bring Kaylee into the world.
Were you actually there in the delivery room, or did you have to wait outside?
Oh, I was in the delivery room. I was in the delivery room for my own 2 children, but also being there for Kaylee, which was, to me, not only amazing, but also embarrassing to a point.
Sure.
And if I might say that there's sometimes in your life as a father, there's some things of your child you don't want to see again growing up. But you know something, it's just an experience that it's just, it's hard to put into words just how elated you are and how happy you are to see your own child give birth to another child. It's just amazing.
And was the birth, Kaylee okay?
Kaylee was fine. I mean, there was a little complication here or there, but it wasn't anything that the doctor couldn't take care of, because the doctor was right there the whole time, and other nurses and things like that. So it was well taken care of.
Now, during the pregnancy, at some point, was the subject broached about who the father of Kaylee was or was thought to be?
I can't remember if we exactly talked about it prior to just Kaylee being born or right after, but I know then it was brought up because, yeah, I wanted to know, because I feel it takes 2 to make this child, and this father needs to be made aware of that he's going to be a father and who he could possibly be. And, you know, it'd be great to meet him and see what his obligation would be. And I felt whoever the fathers needs to have an obligation for birth of this child.
Did you have an occasion then to meet the person that, at least at that point, was thought to be the father?
There was a name brought up that Casey believed could have been the father.
Wants to. It's kind of.
All I remember is the last name was Baker, I
asked him
believe,
to.
and that was about it. But if I can take another step forward,
Sure.
Casey also had been seeing another gentleman who had been employed at Universal Studios by the name of Jesse, that I got to understand and get to know that he could have also been the father. So he was, one of two guys possibly.
Now, when did you
One of
first meet
two.
Jesse?
Sure, George.
I met Jesse for the very first time on the day that Kaylee was born. That had been August 9th.
How did that go?
Not very well, truthfully. I was elated to be there to see my daughter, to see my granddaughter, but Jesse did not make the best first impression with me.
All right. Now, after Kaylee was born, did she and Casey return to your home?
Yes, I think it could have been the second day or maybe third day. I think it was the second day.
And did Jesse become at least initially part of sort of the family group with Kaylee as an infant?
Right. Jesse, we pretty much opened up our arms to him and welcomed him in and wanted to get to know him more. And just, if he was the father, I would just be happy to get a chance to know him and see what his dynamic was going to be as far as how he was going to take care of Kaylee and Casey, or at least help take care of them.
Did there come a point when it was learned through certain scientific testing that Jesse was in fact not the father of Kaylee?
Right. I'm not sure about how long after Kaylee had gotten home, Casey and Kaylee had gotten home, that Jesse went and got a paternity test done.
As Kaylee grew, what was your role in her upbringing, in her life?
I'm just her grandfather. I probably acted sometimes maybe like as a father with her because I was around her every day or nearly every single day. And to me, that was pretty awesome to have not only my daughter there, but also to have my granddaughter to be around. That's just, on a scale of 1 to 10, you have to give that probably a 20 or better because it's double the excitement.
Now, what role did Cindy take in raising Kaylee?
Oh, just being a great grandmother. Helping any way she could, help babysit from time, or, take care of Kaylee from time to time, same way as I did. Cindy did it more frequently than I did because of my work schedule, but to be a fantastic grandmother, help provide for Kaylee in any way that she could or I could.
As Kaylee began to grow and be able to speak, did she have names for you and Cindy and other members of the family?
Well, Kaylee started calling me JoJo, and I know how probably JoJo came about because my daughter Casey used to call me Papa Joe, and that happened to be through another friend of hers that we just became very close with over the years. But JoJo was just probably easy for Kaylee to say better than Grandpa, or grandfather or something.
So you were JoJo.
I was JoJo.
How about Cindy? How did Casey?
Cindy became Cece, or possibly Grammy sometimes, but mostly it was Cece.
Now, taking us now up into 2008,
What's up, mean girl?
the winter, spring, early months of 2008. Tell us how Kaylee had developed.
Did you get your oils changed?
Yes. I feel like I did so much today. But
Well, you're good for what, like 10 years?
Yeah. Because I don't really gotta drive anywhere.
Right.
So you drove over to your uncle's house, put the car in the driveway, and went in and talked to your aunt. So you feel like you work hard.
First of all, how did you know all of that? That's exactly what I did.
I am quite the ladies scholar.
And he is the worst too, because I was like, hey, I have a stream at 3, so oh yeah, I'll get it done in real quick. And then it was like 15-20 minutes goes by, I look, and he's still, because he had a friend in the barn, and he's like still chit-chatting. Like, hey, chip.
Did you go out there and yell at him?
No, I was about ready to, and then he came in to like see what we were doing, and I was like, and my aunt yelled at him. She goes, "She needs to go. What are you doing?" He's like, "Oh yeah, I'll get to it." And then he likes to do the, Midwest goodbye.
Oh,
where it's like,
for sure. I mean,
I'm
it's
like
a
trying my
requirement,
best.
isn't it? Don't
Yeah.
they like take your Midwest card if you don't?
I know.
How
Well, and
many
then they're like,
Welp.
how many boxes of different foods did you get home with you?
Boxes, Tupperware
Yeah, those
containers,
containers.
the fancy ones, Cool Whip,
no, she didn't have anything
and
for
butter.
me.
What?
What? I think you better
My
go
aunt-
back. She's broken.
She's got it. Oh my God, my aunt's the best. I swear to God, they're funny. No, but they have a Great Dane, like puppy, who's not really a puppy, but still a puppy. Oh man, I'm surprised I don't have a broken nose and a couple black eyes because she is so rambunctious and she almost knocked me out like 3 times while I was over there.
I know, right? I'm concerned.
Well, they weren't eating anything because if they were, then yeah, I would have had something.
Wait, she didn't feed you while you were there? Isn't that also
No.
a requirement? You must eat
No.
before you leave.
Is
She
she
didn't know I was
Californian or something?
She didn't know I was
Yeah,
coming
she
over.
must be a transplant. But she's supposed to have stuff at the ready.
No.
Did you eat? Here. I just made this pie.
I wish.
It- I'm sorry to hear that, Jamie.
She was
It must
busy
be very
shopping
hard.
on Amazon when I got there, so I interrupted her.
Well, when I come up there, we're going to have to go over to your aunt's house and have a talk.
And then I talked to her about court cases the rest of the time because she's like,
Right? You gotta eat.
she's like, "Did you hear about this one?" And I was like, "Yeah, I've heard about that one." And I was like,
Were you
"Well,
like, yeah, I streamed it.
yeah, I pretty much am in the loop on all of these. Thank you. Oh, it's cute."
I'm kind of a big deal on YouTube, don't you know?
Right?
No, my uncle was
He
like,
is.
you're on the internet? And I was like, yeah, with this guy named Baker. His name's Baker. I was like, well, that's not his name, but
I know. Isn't explaining these things fun too? Normies.
and they're like, where's he from? I said, Denmark. From another country? I don't know about this. I was like,
He's a
"It's
Nigerian prince.
fine." Yeah. I was like, it's fine. Don't worry about me. Just
Yeah.
hanging out
That's
on the internet with
awesome.
randos.
That's how it all started. I sent Jamie a mail saying, "Hello, I have some diamond mines for you that you inherit from your uncle." And she wrote me back and said, "Oh, that's nice. What are you doing?" I said, "I am scamming you online. Could you please answer with your PIN code?" And she said, "Oh, that's yeah."
Have all of my monies. Here, I'll give you access to all my bank accounts.
I can't zoom. I can't see
I
what
know, we
what
can't
company.
zoom on it.
Oh my God.
They already probably are, Sue.
I love the reaction. Denmark. Yeah.
Baker Roofing. Oh, that's a cool name.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's cool.
Jamie has a. Why? How do you think she has the money to pay for Farrell and I? Well, she doesn't pay us. She just yells.
Yeah. She yells at me and makes me stream at a certain time, and then she doesn't even show up for
I
40
know.
minutes.
I was so
and-
mad. He's just yapping away, and I looked at the clock, and it was like 2:45, and I'm like, I have like a 25-minute drive, Uncle.
Listen,
And
I'm more okay with him than with your aunt. He did what he's supposed to do with taking forever to do the mechanical work and then doing the
Mhm.
Midwest goodbye, and your aunt is disappointed. What did you miss?
Yeah.
Jamie's aunt is having her Midwest mom card revoked.
Yeah, she's not
That's about it.
she's not your typical. Here's some snacks. She has terrible
Did you
snacks
eat?
anyway.
You gotta eat.
Yeah.
She has terrible snacks.
Yeah, they're always like,
Well,
I don't know.
we can fix her.
Anyways. Yeah.
All right.
Developed? In other words, what could she do? How advanced was she physically, mentally, etc.?
Well, not only I'm just a bragging grandfather,
Sure.
but
We'll take it with a grain of salt.
she was a very vocal child. I mean, she could put a lot of words together. She could. We have a remote on our TV. She learns how to do that. There was another little button she could push on the TV to get it to change channels, which I thought was amazing. She could turn on the VCR, put her own DVDs in. Oh my gosh, she knew to go inside of our pantry area and get the plastic jar of peanut butter. We had the small one, and go get herself a spoon, have her come over and ask you to open it up so she could have a spoonful of peanut butter. God, puzzles to go together. The way she'd bring crayons to you to color every day and
I know,
make Play-Doh little things for herself. I mean, you name it, she could do it. And I knew from working with her or from us doing things with her, she was a very bright child. You would sing a song with her once, she could sing it next time with you, which to me was just amazing.
So in terms of physical dexterity, she was able to open drawers, open doors, things of that sort.
Oh, right. There would be no thing that she couldn't accomplish. I mean, we've seen that. We put the proper security plastic knobs on doorknobs and stuff like that because, yeah, she could open things up for her age. She was really something.
Now, in the early summer, late spring, early summer of 2008, did you believe that your daughter was employed?
That's sort of a two-part answer for me.
Sure.
Yes and no.
Okay. Explain that for us, will you?
I always wanted to give my daughter the benefit of the doubt of working and providing for her own daughter because she was a single mom. But at different times, and I would question about her money or things like that, how she was providing for Kaylee.
Okay, let me stop you for a second because I don't want to go too far afield of this, but what was it that she told you about her employment, let's say in May and June of 2008? What was it that she told you about?
Well, that she was still employed by Color Vision. She's moving on as an event planner, I believe, through Universal Studios at the time, but also she was starting to work a part-time job at Sports Authority, not too far away from our home.
And as far as the Universal Studios job, did you believe that she was actually working there in May and June of 2008?
I was wanting to believe that she was working there, yes, because, I mean, she still had a Universal ID. Every time I would be talking to her and asking her prior to me going to work, are you going to work today? Yeah, I've got something going on at Universal. I'm doing this event planning and things like that. So, yeah, I was believing and hoping that she was working there, yes.
Did she have a routine reflective of someone going to work?
Pretty much so. I mean, I know she worked a lot more like a early afternoon to an early evening type shift. Just went at 1 or 2 o'clock, and I'd come home till like 8 or 10 o'clock at night. I mean, it could vary. I know working in event planning that she had explained to us, sometimes you could work just during that particular event that you're scheduled for, which could be 4 or 6 hours long. So I just took it as she was there for that period of time, yes.
What did she tell you? Well, at this point in time, let's say May and June of 2008, was Cindy working with your wife?
Yes.
Oh,
what was her work schedule?
Cindy was Monday through Friday. She could be leaving the house anytime between 7:30, 8 o'clock, and she would work till 5, sometimes 6 o'clock in the evening. Could be a little bit later, but generally that was her general work schedule, Monday through Friday.
How about you during that same period of time? What was your work schedule?
I was working on an afternoon shift. I was working 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. Some people call it a second shift or an afternoon shift. I was working in security for a company out of Altamont Springs.
And were you working the same Monday through Friday schedule as Cindy or different?
No, I worked Sunday through Thursday. I was off on Fridays and Saturdays.
Now, during the periods of time when Casey, you believed, was at work, and you and Cindy were both at work, did she indicate to you who was watching Kaylee?
Well, there was a name that was brought up, and I don't think it was maybe a year prior to all this stuff occurring from us. I think it was probably just shortly after the first of the year that I can basically remember. A girl by the name of Zanny's name was brought into it, or I guess the name came out later on as Zenaida. But that's what I was told. So this lady was taking care of Kaylee's. His name was Zanny.
And she was a babysitter when you and Cindy were not available.
Yes.
Now, I want to direct your attention, to June the 16th. Well, before I do that, could we have States Exhibit A? Let me unpublish first. Do we have States Exhibit A for the monitor for the witness? You recognize that picture?
That's Kaylee. It's my granddaughter, Kaylee.
She's so beautiful.
This time, Your Honor, move into evidence States Exhibit A for identification.
What says the defense? There being no objection, it be received in evidence as states numbered.
And I've published it to the jury.
Yes, a real Zenaida.
Do you know
Gonzalez
approximately when this
brought
was
a
taken in
lawsuit
terms
against
of its
Casey.
proximity to the last time that you saw her?
This would have to be probably the early part of 2008. I'm just going to guess somewhere in that January to March, April time. I'm just taking a wild guess. Probably in that first quarter of 2008.
Does this fairly and accurately depict her appearance the last time you saw her in terms of general appearance and hair and all those kinds of things?
Generally, yes, it does. I mean, she could have her hair back from time to time. She could have glasses on. This is definitely Kaylee.
Now, take us to the morning of the 16th of June of 2008. It was a Monday morning. Tell us how that morning began for you.
Eris, the judge threw it out though.
Me waking up probably about the time that my wife had just left for work or going to work. Me getting up and having my normal cup of coffee. Just starting my day off a little bit early like I generally have. And having Kaylee come out and be able to spend some time with her.
Was that a normal course of events for you to have some morning time with Kaylee?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there would be times that after she would be in Casey's room with her, she would come out and I'd take her first thing is to make sure that she would freshen herself up, brush her teeth, go use the facility around that she needed to do because she was starting to do that. And just, maybe wash her face off and just
She claims
say,
that
hey,
she got
how you want to go with
fired from her
JoJo and get
job
some
over it.
cereal and things. So
And then she
that was the start
arrested
of
for
our
credit
day.
card
That was pretty
fraud,
much
so.
not an everyday occurrence, but it was pretty regular.
And is that how it went on this particular morning?
Oh, absolutely. It was a great morning to just have some fun together. Her and I act silly and dance around and watch a video or whatever it might be. So color.
Yeah, Zanny.
What was her favorite video?
Isn't that
Did you have a favorite?
A boyfriend,
Oh my
I
gosh.
think, were arrested for credit card fraud.
Lady and the Tramp was a fantastic video for her to watch. 101 Dalmatians that she called Dalmatians. There was just a lot of different things that just captivated her that she loved. I wish I could remember more right now, but those two, I know she watched quite frequently and enjoyed the most.
Now, this particular morning, do you recall when you first saw Casey?
Probably could have been about 9, 10 o'clock that morning, roughly right around there, her just getting up and getting her day started and just, I can't remember exactly what she did to get ready that day for work or something like that. I know it was to me, it was a lot of precious time for me to spend with Kaylee. So whatever Casey could have done that morning, been on the computer, whatever she was doing, I'd let her do her thing because when you got time with your grandchild, your own child sometimes takes a back seat to that.
Did anything Was it just a normal morning? Anything out of the ordinary occurred? Anything different than the usual mornings that you had?
Not really anything I can really say that really stuck out at all. I just know that I was just so thankful to have time with Kaylee, talking to Casey. I'm sure we had a conversation about work or something. I don't remember the specifics about that aspect of it, but I do know that it was, when people talk about a typical or routine morning before they went off to work, probably just one of those typical times that we all sort of just take for granted sometimes.
All right. So did there come a time when Kaylee and Casey left the house that day?
That is something that is forever in my mind, that I can't forget that day, because that's the last day that I saw Kaylee and Casey together.
I don't believe that. I think him and Cindy were
I was
raising that
watching
little
a
girl.
specific program on TV. It's on the Food Channel on our one of our local cable TVs, and this gentleman who has this show called Drive Up Diners and Dives. I've just been amazed by his stuff. I just like him going around. But what's really just amazing is,
Would you
I remember the time because it was a.
would you just say something?
No, because I was taught right.
Whatever.
How many kids do this guy have? Two?
Yeah, me and Casey.
I don't believe Eris's thought that, well, he just didn't care, because if you raised your own kids, we have no indications other than the opening statements that he was a bad father. You would take the responsibility on you. When I called my dad and said, "Hey, Dad, I got a girlfriend. Hey, Dad, my girlfriend's pregnant." The first thing he said, if you're too young to figure it out, Mom and I will take her, or take it. That's the first. And I told the same to my daughter when she began talking about it. Said, "There's always a home, there's always a bed, and I know how to raise kids." I think it's when you first have. I know there's a lot of I cover trials. I know there's a lot of bad parents out there, but I think if you did a halfway decent job, you'll go to the end of the earth for your grandkids. That's
We
just.
did. He was
I think
watching
that's.
Guy.
I just think, his mannerisms. He seems like a kind of an Italian guy to me. I don't see a bad dad here. I see a guy who got stuck with a daughter who might have a slight hip. I think it's the hip flexors. That's too weak, so she has a hard time keeping her legs together, and I really think he helped her as much as he could.
I do
But,
too. I think that him and Cindy were the ones taking care of that little girl, and
yeah, and I bet you she lied about what happened to her to those people as well. And
yeah.
and again, you could be the best parent in the world and still make shitty parents of the next generation. I wouldn't
Right.
blame him. I just can't see it. And on that
he
note,
was
I
not
think
a great husband, but I think that he was a good grandpa and a good dad.
yeah, there's a lot of marriages that isn't that great where I think my ex-wife will probably be a great grandma now as well. She wasn't a good wife.
Yeah.
So
My dad would take all my sister's kids right now and never look back if he could. He's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
yeah, but I think it's I've told this before. The second I saw my daughter, I felt a physical switch click on in my brain that I wasn't me anymore. I was a dad now. And I think that'll stay with me forever. Whenever my siblings had kids, I was the guy who walked around for every at every family reunion and stuff like that. I always walk around with a baby on my arm. I just love when I'm at the gym and someone brings a baby that I know. I'm walking around with a baby. I love babies, and I think it's just something. When that switch just clicks on, it doesn't click off again, and I just don't see him as a bad dad. And it's so easy to shift the blame and say, well, he was just a piece of, and they should have done more for her. They were probably at their wits' end, but has drug been mentioned?
They were doing everything for her.
Yeah,
She was living in their house. They bought everything. They paid all the bills. And
No,
she
but-
was living in their house and stealing from them.
Yeah, and that's. Have we heard anything about drugs with this lady?
No.
She was a party girl.
Yeah, so that was probably a little dancing powder and stuff like that. And you could be the best parents, and you can, and you won't believe that your precious little 5-year-old who you saw play a tree in the school play could ever turn out bad. But sometimes they
I
do.
love those two.
Yeah.
God,
As soon as she gets on camera, they start fighting.
they're like children.
They're just like my kids. Like they don't know who I am until I click go live, and all of a sudden, here they are.
Well, it would be the same if I said all women are shitty mothers, because
Yeah.
my ex-wife, I might find flaws at her, but I am a believer in true love, and I'm a believer in good parents. I know there's some shitty parents out there, but most people don't drop their kids regularly. We do it once and twice, but not on purpose. And I think it's kind of the debate I was in this morning, where a lot of people were saying you're over simplifying stuff. I think it's a little.
But everybody in her life, Yamaha, believed that, because she was telling everybody, her boyfriend and his friends that she was basically living with during that time, they all believed that the little girl was with the nanny or I think sometimes she was telling the boyfriend and the friends that her mom had her, and everybody believed she was just and she made up a trip or whatever during part of it to explain away some of the time gap, and so
she was really good.
I mean,
at
they
making
didn't
think,
she was playing Mom of the Year, that nobody really had a reason to believe that the little girl was gone.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's just it's a sad story, but I really think those parents tried, but I was a shitty son as well. I drank way too much, got into way too many problems. My mom have shed more tears over me than any other of her kids, and I know that now, and that's why
Hi, White
I
Rabbit.
try not to make my daughters cry.
Mm-hmm. Good for you.
And on that
Hi, White
note,
Rabbit.
I'm gonna jump off because it's almost 10 o'clock.
Okay.
And just look, my Baker merch.
Yeah.
Oh,
Everybody
you got a
should go buy some
sweatshirt?
Yeah, I
Baker
got sweatshirt.
swag.
How
You
cute
need a
is that?
Swazier Baker merch line.
Yeah, but then I need some high fashion.
Yes, definitely.
Well,
All right.
Iris,
Thank you, Baker.
I'm going to bed, so you can fight me in your dreams. Maybe we'll see each other there. Wow.
Sounds dirty.
It always does when it's me. Jamie, Karen Reed tomorrow. We'll be looking for the Smex cult.
Awesome.
What?
The Smex cult.
Are you doing it?
Yeah.
Jamie, that's kind of inappropriate to ask in front of 37 people, but
Because I've been
if anyone
watching
is
it.
offering,
We're like 3 days in.
oh my.
Offering to have a sex cult. I'll pass.
No, there was some rumors that the judge might open up the feeds again next week.
All right.
So
It was pretty interesting, I'll just say.
Probably
Because
true.
they just showed a video of him, and oh my God, it was so cringy. I was like, oh God.
yeah,
If I was on trial and they showed that video, everybody's going to hate me. And it was so creepy.
If you were in the jury and you're just laughing in the jury box, yeah.
Yeah, it was bad.
So, but everyone, thank you so much for joining me earlier. Thank you for following me over here. And remember, we are all on the mission to get Farrell to 500. Not because she wants monetization or anything like that. It's just fun for me if she could get closer to 500 by every stream. And remember to congratulate her and say she's doing it. She's new to this. She's a little. I know she protrudes a lot of self-confidence, but she's a little shy on the cam. So start saying all the weird stuff now. I'm gone, so I'm not here to deflect anymore. Maybe make Jamie talk about cycles. On that note,
Yes.
hasta la vista, baby.
No, we
That
saved
means
that for your channel.
That's see you later in Spanish, Jamie.
Who's that man? No wonder you beat him in the back room.
Yeah, see? Now everybody knows.
I know, especially with his Discord thing. They're finally getting to see the real Baker.
The real
Behind
Baker.
the-
And y'all know he's crazy.
Behind the camera, Baker.
And I'm the innocent one.
That has been fantastic, being able
That's
to
been
have that
fun.
Discord, and we've had
Oh,
some
yeah.
amazing. So definitely become a member over at Baker's so you can come hang out with us because it's a lot of fun.
It was a lot of fun.
Eric's probably pull up a link for him.
We just sit in
Sorry,
there all day and
Brendan,
talk about
sorry.
nonsense.
I haven't gotten to talk to Jamie all day, so get over it, Brendan.
Oh my God. Are you the female MG now? Is that what it is?
Do I need to make a derailed?
Commercial break on TV. And I remember Kaylee coming out from Casey's room, dressed in a nice little pink top. She had her blue jeans, little shorts on, her white sandals, pink socks, her white sunglasses, her hair pulled back, and she had a little backpack on. And I said, "Where are you going?" And she says, "Going with mommy." And I said, "Oh, really?" I said, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to see Zanny." And I said, "Really? Great." You know, I'm just excited. I'm just knowing that she's happy and I can see excitement in her. And within a few minutes, Casey comes out and, you know, dressed. And she says, "Dad, we're going to work. I might be home late, or I'll let you guys know I might be staying over."
Staying over where?
She said, you know, probably Zanny's house, because Zanny was, I guess, lived somewhere close by, or she didn't want to come home too late. And plus Kaylee would be in bed between 8:30, probably 9 o'clock. And I said, okay, it's something that happened every once in a while. It wasn't an occurrence that occurred. I think it could be every once in a great while. She would stay with a friend or stay at Zanny's house or something like that. So
Up to this point in time, had you ever met Zanny?
no, I never met Zanny, never had any reason to, because I thought that's who
So
we were seeing.
you told us about the conversation with Kaylee and with Casey. What happened?
I went out. I like generally like I did when I could see them going off to, when seeing Casey going off to work and walking out with Kaylee and seeing Kaylee getting placed in the car, getting buckled in her car seat. Just a normal type stuff. And I did. I'd blow her a kiss and say, "Jojo, I'll see you later." And she'd blow a kiss back and give Casey a hug. Just told her, you know, drive safe, make sure you come home, not too late, you know, just normal father, grandfather type things to do.
And did you see them leave in a vehicle?
They left in Casey's car, which is a Pontiac Sunfire.
That's a white Pontiac Sunfire.
Yes.
Did you ever see Kaylee again?
I've never seen Kaylee
All
since
the
June
time,
16th.
Stephen, all the
I
time.
haven't seen her since.
Now, Mr. Anthony, I need to ask you some questions about something else. Have you ever sexually molested your daughter, Casey Anthony?
No, sir.
Have you ever committed any sexually inappropriate act with or in the presence of your daughter, Casey
Stop
Anthony?
shaking your head, you liar.
No, sir.
Right?
God. She's a freaking
Were you present
person.
in your home when Kaylee Anthony died?
No, and when I heard that today, it hurt really bad. Because if I would have known something would have happened to Kaylee, we wouldn't be here today.
Now, let me just ask you a couple of questions. When you were a law enforcement officer, were you trained in CPR?
Yes, sir.
I think
Is
she's
there
shaking
any-
head because she can't believe he wouldn't, like,
Extent that you would not have gone to save Kaylee's
she's
life?
so gross.
I would have done everything possible, humanly possible, to save my granddaughter. If what was stated prior would have happened, I would have done anything I would to save my granddaughter.
Did you dispose of the body of your granddaughter?
No, I did not.
Did you obtain duct tape from your shed or garage and place it over the nose and mouth of Kaylee Anthony?
No, I did not.
Did you have any role or any knowledge that Kaylee Marie Anthony died on June 16th, 2008, prior to recent revelations?
No, sir. I never had any duct tape. I never knew of anything that happened to Kaylee until our life started to unfold on July 15th, 2008, and when Kaylee was found on December 11th.
Your Honor, I have no further questions of the witness at this time. I would like to reserve the right to recall him for additional areas of testimony.
Cross-examination.
More times.
Mm. She's such a fake bee, man.
Listen, I believe like the pain, like from hearing that.
Yeah. And like they're talking about your daughter, you're not even crying, but you're crying when your dad says, I didn't,
Right.
you know, SAU. Now you're crying. I can't believe he wouldn't own up to it.
Right.
Mr. Anthony, when did you first find out your daughter was pregnant?
I believe it was sometime in May or June of
I don't like how he
2005.
behaves on the stand with.
So she was
Jose,
7
though.
months pregnant when you first found out?
Yeah.
6, 7 months. It could have been right around that time. Yes.
Do you recall going to a wedding that was Cindy's brother's wedding?
I went to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, but I did not attend the wedding.
Were you ever confronted by Rick, her brother, about Casey's pregnancy?
We had a brief discussion about it, but I told Rick it was none of his concern, none of his business. Whatever was going on with Casey would be handled through Cindy and I. We're there for Casey. You don't have to worry about it.
So is it your testimony today that you knew she was pregnant and you just didn't want him to know, or you didn't know she was pregnant at the time?
I didn't have an exact knowledge of the time that she was, when I found out that she was pregnant, I didn't have that exact knowledge at that time. Did I have a feeling? Possibly, yes, no. But no, I mean, I did see a change physically in Casey, but nothing that I know that Cindy and I weren't going to, help her with or attend to.
So the photograph that you saw here today, you don't believe? Yes.
Yes.
Show you what is marked confesses to their game.
Can I ask the counsel on this plan to the jury that aren't in evidence?
Mr. Baez, if it's not in evidence, you may.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of Casey when he went to the wedding?
Oh, absolutely. Like I said, I did not attend the wedding. I was there, but I didn't go to the wedding that day. But as far as that being Casey and Cindy together, yes.
Judge, unless there's any objection, I'd
No
like to move
lies
defense exhibit
detected.
A into evidence.
Stay.
We'll call him back for that.
Miss,
Across the side, Bob.
so we can all be clear,
Just a
Mr.
second. No, just a second. You may proceed.
So we can all be clear,
I
Mr.
love this
Anthony.
judge.
Did you know your
Hold
daughter
up.
was pregnant
Okay, now
the day the photograph was taken?
Not exactly. I mean, I had a feeling that she was, but then again, like I've stated, until we knew for sure, until we could take her in for some kind of test or something like that.
So the answer is no.
Yeah, the answer is no. I mean, do I feel, does it look like it at that point, that photograph? Yeah, possibly.
I didn't ask you that. I just asked you, did you know if your daughter was pregnant the day that photograph was taken? Your answer is no?
No, not exactly. No.
And you were a father of two.
Yes.
You were a father of two when that photo was taken.
Yes.
And
I hate
is it
this.
your idea that your daughter
You knew, dude. You were in
had a
denial,
beer
maybe,
belly?
but you knew.
I think the term was considered at one point maybe with retaining water or something like that. It's possible. I mean, I didn't believe that my daughter could be going to have a child right at that time, but stuff happens. I mean,
Did anyone know that Casey was pregnant when that photograph was taken? Anyone outside?
Sustain.
Did you tell anyone at that time that Casey was pregnant?
no, not at that time. I did not know.
And when you were confronted with her pregnancy, you didn't want to talk about it, did you?
The first time I heard about Casey expecting a child is when Cindy and Casey came back to our house and we sat down on the couch together, or very close to the proximity of our couch in our house. And Casey and Cindy told me they have something that they wanted to tell me about.
And you didn't have a clue that Casey was pregnant up until that moment.
Like I said, maybe a feeling or an intuition to a point, but when they told me, I was elated. I was excited.
You have no problems with your vision, do you, sir?
No, sir, I do not.
And was there an explanation given by your daughter lived with you, did she not?
Yes,
Every day.
every day.
And you saw her every day.
Pretty much so. I'd say probably 99% of the time I would see her, yes.
And 6 months prior to that photograph being taken, did you see her retaining water then?
Well, I really don't believe that you see a person or a woman.
She could have
Each
been
woman is
hiding
made up
that.
differently.
I mean, she's not
Each woman is going to
huge.
show a
She could have been
pregnancy
hiding
different.
My
that,
question
but,
to you,
I mean,
sir,
she's
is 6
obviously
months
pregnant
prior
in
to the
that picture.
photograph being taken, did you see your daughter retaining water then?
6 months? No,
Not very big.
did not.
Have you, prior to Casey being pregnant, had you ever seen her retaining water prior to that?
When Casey was younger, I know she put on weight here and there when she was involved with athletics and things like that. Casey was a very athletic young lady growing up.
Just
And when
his
she was younger
adamant
and
denial
putting
of
on
this is
weight
just-
due to being in
Just say,
athletics,
you
did
know,
it come
I
out of,
think maybe I
did the
was in
weight
denial,
gain in her
or
stomach or elsewhere?
I didn't want to believe it.
Stomach, it could be in her
But
hindsight or
looking
her
back,
butt. Some
yeah,
people would
I
consider it. Could
knew.
be in her shoulders, and she would work out and it would sort of go away. She was an avid runner.
So as she was an avid runner, she would gain a belly.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying through her activity, if she wouldn't be, and shouldn't be running as much or being as active, I think anyone is going to put on weight with inactivity.
Now, you mentioned that you were in the delivery room. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you assisted in the delivery?
no, I did not assist. I was there and observed my granddaughter being delivered.
And you didn't know who the father was up until that day?
No, I did not. Did not know that.
You didn't ask?
Not up to that point, I didn't, because when I found out that I was going to be a grandfather, Casey was expecting a child, and we went through the different tests, and we went.
My question to you, sir, is did you ask?
I think it was shortly thereafter, or right around, maybe just before she had delivery. I'm not sure of the exact time when I finally did ask. And I remember a name of Baker was brought up.
So the answer is yes, you did ask.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Now,
Did she say Baker?
how
Or did she
soon
say
after?
Yeah, did he just say that Baker's the
Baker.
daddy?
Baker's the
Baker, we
daddy.
need to have a talk.
He's trying to like explain too much, and it's really
Yeah,
it
it
makes
makes
him
him
look bad.
like he's lying.
Yeah,
when
just
he's
answer
doing
his
that.
questions, yes or no. Like, come
Yeah,
on.
exactly, ma'am. This is why he really left. He knew this was coming.
Yeah, he knew it was going to come out.
We have questions.
Oh, come on,
Hold on.
Baker, not Casey Anthony. Of all people.
Oh, sorry, I was sending him a message.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy.
Interesting. I didn't remember that. And I just
I
watched
didn't
this
either.
the other day when I was recording it.
After finding out that your only daughter is pregnant, did you ask, who's the father?
I don't know. It could have been, like I said, just prior to her delivering Kaylee.
So
I'm
now
not
that-
really sure. I don't have an exact timetable. You're asking me to be specific.
Just a second. Please let the witness finish answering the question before there's another question.
Yes, sir.
Continue.
Are you finished, sir?
Are you finished, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, after you find out your daughter's going to be giving birth to your first grandchild, how long after did she give birth?
Well, if I just found out in May or June, we had, Kaylee was delivered in August. So it was over 2 to 3 months, you know, give or take a few weeks.
So in the entire 2 months, you never stopped your daughter and asked her, who is the father of this child?
Sustained.
You didn't ask her up until just before the child was born.
Sustained.
The day after, or the day you were confronted with this news, did you hold a party or anything like that?
No, just
Give a baby shower?
Staff, did you answer the question, sir?
the day that I found out that I was going to be a grandfather, when I first got the news of Casey's pregnancy, and it was only Cindy, Casey, and I at our house.
Now, you testified under direct examination that you thought your daughter was working. Did you not?
Dave?
Yes.
Dave.
Do you recall speaking to the FBI on July 31st of 2008? Excuse me, July 30th.
I had spoken to the FBI, the Sheriff's Department, numerous agents, a couple different agencies within a
times.
2 or 3 week period.
And when you spoke to the FBI, did you make the statement, the irresponsibility, because I've known her,
Just a second.
Sure.
Sustained, rephrase your question.
Yes, I'll rephrase the question. On July 30th of 2008,
I love
you
that
recall
Jeff isn't
speaking
gonna
to an
let him get
agent,
away with stuff.
Scott
I know.
Boland, and
And the
Agent
judge
McAlee.
was going by the law.
Oh, yeah.
If that was the date that you have written down, that's probably the date that I did. I can't be specific on a timetable because I don't have information in front of me, but I'm sure that probably was
Page
the date.
35, council lines 1 through 4. Did you make the statement, the irresponsibility, because I've known her?
Just a second.
I don't believe it is, Judge. Lines 1 through 4.
When you give the line and page, give counsel an opportunity to find the line. Okay, next question.
Did you make the statement that your responsibility, because I've known her, I've had a feeling for the last
Yes,
2
you
years,
will.
my daughter has not worked.
Mhm.
Did you make that statement, Mr. Anthony?
I did. I did.
So
protect
was
her.
the
Stop
statement
it.
you made under direct examination to this jury the truth, or was it to the FBI the truth?
Objection, improper cross-examination. I defer to our
Approach.
Now, Mr. Anthony, you believed your daughter was working,
Yes, I believe Casey was working. Yes.
and every 2 weeks, did she come home with a paycheck?
No, I never really saw a paycheck from her because if she had a direct deposit or however she handled her finances, that was up to her.
What did you see your daughter spending her paycheck on?
Pardon me?
What did you see your daughter spending her paycheck on?
Well, hopefully for necessities for her daughter, gas for her car, insurance to insure that car. I mean, we were very, very good about helping Casey out in any way we possibly could if she was struggling financially or anything like that at all. I mean, we just wanted to make sure she was responsible for herself and her child.
And since you were wanting to find out that she was responsible for her child, when did you ask to meet the nanny?
I never asked to meet
This is dumb.
a nanny. I never did.
And did the nanny ever call the house?
Not that I am ever aware of. No.
Did you ever hear the nanny speaking to Casey on the phone?
No.
And did you ever see photographs of the nanny?
I know.
No.
I don't think it's
Did
weird
you ever
that
see anything
the
written,
grandpa never demanded
describing-
to meet the nanny.
I know.
phone number or anything like that? Any information about the nanny?
No,
She's an
just
adult.
whatever Casey told us about that
Course not,
she
dude.
had someone that was helping take care of Kaylee when her mother and I weren't available to.
And every day she would get up, get dressed, and go to work,
That's probably where they thought part of
and
her paycheck
drop
for
Kaylee
going
off
was
with the nanny.
to pay for this nanny that had her.
That's what we were
granddaughter
told she
every
was
day.
doing. I mean, I had
Right.
had no reason really at too much, but any point not to disbelieve or believe my daughter. I mean,
Be careful. he
she
might
was
be
taking care of her
pregnant.
child the best
Is that a
way
yes,
she
sir?
possibly could.
Is that a yes?
Well, I think you got an open-ended question there to a point, and I'm trying to answer the best way I possibly can. I mean, did I ever know that she was dropping
My question to you,
Kaylee
sir.
off every time, sir? That's what you're sort of asking me.
My
I don't
question
know.
to you-
I was hoping she was taking her to someone she described or told us was a nanny.
My question to you, sir, is did she get dressed and go to work and leave the child with a nanny, as far as you know,
As far as I know, yes.
for 2 years?
It might not have been an exact 2-year period. It could have been a little bit less than that. You know, I'm not really known how long that she might have been,
A year and a half.
possibly a year and a half, could have been a year. I'm not really sure.
So you don't know the different, you know, Kaylee was only 2.5,
Yes.
correct? So for most of her life, Casey dropped her off at a nanny that didn't exist.
objection. False or speculation. Hearsay.
I'll rephrase it, Judge.
Sustain.
For 2 years, Casey dropped Kaylee off at a nanny that you never met.
Maybe not a full 2 years. To answer your question, yes, someone I never met, someone I had never had a phone number for or had any indication to go to pick Kaylee up or anything like that.
For most of her life.
For probably maybe a half of her life. I'm just going in a roundabout way, but actually to answer your question, Kaylee, when Kaylee came up missing, Kaylee was 2 years and 10 months, not 2.5. So that needs to be clarified, sir, with you.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Did you ever go to a sports authority to verify if Casey worked there?
Absolutely, I did. Yes,
And you found out she wasn't
Listen,
working?
I
it
found out
happens
that
to
she
the
was not
best of
employed
us,
there.
Stephen.
because I went to
Next
go
thing you know, you'll be
surprise my daughter
screaming.
at lunch.
And having
Just surprise
Baker tell
Yeah,
you
to take my daughter to lunch just to see how she was doing.
And it had
Your
nothing to
happy
do with the
face.
fact that you suspected she was not working.
That was a twofold thing. Yes, to see if she was there. And if she was there, great, terrific. I'll take her out to lunch.
So which was it? Was it because you wanted to surprise her for lunch, or you wanted to verify and see if she was lying to you?
Sustain.
When
Are
does the
you
channel
saying,
start,
sir,
Steven?
that both of those were the reasons? Is that what your testimony is?
One, hoping that she
Iris.
was working there. Secondly, if she was, I would take her out to lunch.
Now, the Sports Authority was not Universal Studios.
No, it was not, but I understood from Casey being an event planner, again, they do not run these events every single day. She can
My
only
question
be
to you, sir, is Sports Authority.
trying to
Oh,
Sustain.
now I kind of want to send
Listen.
you a link.
Folks,
We kind of like the
ask the
accent.
question. Let there be a break
Yeah,
between the
yeah.
answers, Mr. Anthony. The court reporter cannot take it down when both of you are
We
talking.
picked up a lot of math
And
people
if a
from
witness is being over
Baker doing
responsive,
that
counsel
trial.
say the witness
I
is
like
being
it.
over responsive.
No.
But do not interrupt a witness when the witness is attempting to answer the question. You may proceed.
Sports Authority
Dave.
is not the same as Universal Studios.
I will agree. Yes.
Now,
Stop fighting him and just
did you
answer
ever go
yes
to
or no.
Universal
Good God.
Studios to
Yeah.
inquire if your daughter was
He
working?
wants to fight on
No, I did not.
everything.
Yeah.
I want to discuss June 16th of 2008. Do you understand?
Yes.
You said you had breakfast with Kaylee.
Yes.
Kaylee would often have breakfast with you.
Numerous times. Yes, we'd have breakfast together. Yes.
Kaylee loved to swim,
Yes.
and
Doing
Kaylee
that.
would almost go swimming every day.
More, she would go as frequently as I know that Cindy would take her or Cece would take her. I rarely ever got in the pool with Kaylee unless Cindy and I were there together with her.
Tell her we
Kaylee
said
would wake you
hi.
up and say, "Jojo, swim.
Say
Jojo,
hi.
swim."
She did a few times, yes.
And Kaylee could get out of the house relatively easily. Correct?
Relatively easy. I'll agree with you to that. Yes.
Now, around June 16, 2008, you were having significant marital problems with Cindy, were you not?
Not on that particular day. No.
Let's go back for a little bit. Once Kaylee was born,
Yeah.
you moved out, did you not?
Approach. You may proceed.
Now, when Kaylee was born, you moved out.
No.
Around that time. How many months before you moved out?
November, towards the end of November, first part of December 2005.
Sorry?
Towards the end of November, the beginning of December 2005.
So Kaylee would have been just a few weeks, a couple months old.
If I'm not mistaken, from August to December could only be almost 4 months.
I'm sorry?
From August to December could be almost 4 months or going into like a fifth month.
She was an infant when you moved out.
Yes, yes.
And Lee also moved out.
Lee was out on his own, trying to establish himself as a
That's funny.
young man in the world, just trying to get out to be on his own, to have some responsibility.
It sure does.
And the
Oh.
issues with
Good
you
job.
moving out of the house was because
Good
Casey
board.
didn't want you around.
No,
that correct?
that wasn't the reason. That wasn't the reason.
What were the reasons for you moving out of the house?
Cindy and I had some financial difficulties. We were going through a really tough marital time, and that is a personal matter between her and I. That's not for the court or you to decide. I'm not on trial here for that.
This is when you told Cindy you had a gambling problem, correct?
I'd done some gambling on the internet. Yes, sir. That's well established, and I'm not going to deny that. I did it.
Now, Did you tell the FBI that it wasn't a gambling problem, that you fell for some Nigerian bank scam?
There was a Nigerian bank scam and also some minor gambling that was done on it. So, I mean, I didn't lie to them. I told them the
It
truth.
was
I'm telling you the truth today.
First he got
So it's both. You
then he
were
got
gambling
yours,
and you fell for a Nigerian bank scam as well.
then he
And I believe there's other people that have
geez.
happened to. Yes, we did. Yes.
He fell for a Nigerian scam. Come on, George.
And when you moved back, the tension between you and Casey continued.
Not really. There was some tension because I had moved out of the house, but it wasn't because of prior tension between Kaylee and I or Casey and I or anything like that. I mean, Cindy and I were going through a rough time. It happens. But as far as when I came back to the house, things were a lot better because I didn't just come back all of a sudden. It took months for me to gain some confidence back with Cindy and our marriage and stuff again. And it's something we're still working on today.
Now, going back to June 16th, after you had breakfast with Kaylee, what did Kaylee do then?
Iris.
Oh, we watched a
You missed it. Old George here told us that he found out that Baker might be the father of Kaylee Anthony.
Yeah.
That's what we learned today. Now we know why Baker had to run so quickly today. He knew it was coming out.
Oh my God. Did the Nigerian
He's pretty
have a Scottish
disappointed in
accent?
George because George told him that it was going to be a secret.
Yeah. Now everybody knows.
Now everybody knows.
I forgot that he said he got hosed by a Nigerian scam. Oh, man.
Right? There's so much of like I've been watching that. I watched this one when I recorded it, and I watched some of Tony's when I'm like, oh, I forgot about that. Yeah, you definitely need to. I'm gonna
I
have
don't.
to clip it later.
Oh my God, that's funny. Yeah,
Oh,
I agree, Old Line
Baker,
Red. I
Baker.
don't think he was a great cop because he's like he doesn't know
His
what's going
detective
on.
skills
ever.
are lacking.
They are very lacking, clearly. He's getting scammed on the internet too. Oof.
Well, Baker is pretty persuasive.
I mean, yeah, do what you gotta do.
a DVD. I'm almost positive we did. As far as which one, I can't remember specifically. But just spending time with her, coloring a coloring book was something we did pretty much an everyday occurrence.
And
Just spending time with her.
And it's your testimony that both Casey and Kaylee left the house at 12:50.
12:50 or shortly thereafter. Yes, sir. Positive. I know that for a fact.
And what time did you go to work at that day?
Shortly after 2 o'clock, 2:10, 2:15. I only had about a 10-minute drive to go to work, and I just lived a short distance. I worked a short distance away.
Now, you described to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what Kaylee was wearing that day.
Yes.
And that was a pink top.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And jean shorts.
Yes.
And white sunglasses.
She had white sunglasses. Yes.
And a backpack with monkeys on it. Is that correct?
When I first was asked the question by the state, I just said a backpack. But yeah, it did have what I believe was a monkey design on it. Yes.
What did Cindy wear that day?
I have no idea. I can't remember what Cindy wore that morning because Cindy would leave sometime between 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. She was very professional wearing. It could have been a pair of slacks and a top. I don't know. I couldn't tell you.
What did Cindy wear the next day?
Overrule as to that question.
What did Cindy wear the next day?
Again, it could have been slacks. It could have been a dress. A nice top. I don't know. I don't know what Cindy wore the next day.
Now, you weren't asked about what Kaylee was wearing for 1 month after she went missing, correct?
Ugh.
You're going to have to give me a little bit more of a question here for me to give you an.
Nobody asked you what Kaylee was wearing the last time you saw her until July 15th, 2008, 1 month after you last saw her.
That's correct, because I didn't know that we would be having a missing child in our lives and be thrown into this. I didn't know anything about that, but I specifically know what she wore because that's the last time I saw her, and that's what she had on.
And you had no idea when you saw her for the last time that would be the last time you saw her.
That's correct.
Most people don't.
But yet, 1 month later, you still remember what she was wearing.
Sustained.
Did you remember 1 month later what Kaylee was wearing?
Sustained.
But you can't recall what your wife was wearing.
Sustained.
Do you remember what your wife was wearing last Tuesday?
Sustained.
Is it a hearing for Karen Reed?
Now, Mr. Anthony, you reported gas cans missing on the 24th of June, right?
Oh. Yeah, the
Yes.
May I answer?
pre-trial
Yeah.
hearing is on Monday.
Yes, you can answer.
Okay.
On June 24th of 2008, yes, I made a report to the Orange County Sheriff's Department about
That
a
ought to be
break-in
good.
of a shed. Someone forcibly broke into a shed and removed
Yeah.
gas cans.
And you did that because you were concerned that someone was burglarizing your shed.
Sustained.
Mr. Anthony, you knew Casey would take gas from the gas cans, did you not?
Oh, I like that. The judge just sustained it being beyond the scope of the testimony from direct.
Ooh.
A lot of them don't do that anymore.
Yeah. He was. I'm pretty sure I've seen his interviews after the fact, and he was not happy with the verdict.
Who?
The judge.
Oh, yeah, he wasn't. He did. I like that. Like, don't feel like he played favorites in the trial because he got after
No.
Jeff, he got after Jose, he got after George, and any other witness
Yeah.
that was being silly and stuff. Like, so I like that he acted like a judge should act. I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
Sustained.
Mr. Anthony, when you got the gas cans back from your daughter, how did that occur?
Sustained.
Mr. Anthony, did you ever notice any duct tape on that gas can?
Yes.
We need to talk about this.
You may continue.
I did like Jeff.
Mr. Anthony, you testified today that Kaylee did not drown in the pool, correct?
That's correct.
And
Exactly.
you said that when you heard this today, we would not be here if that were the case. Do you remember saying those words?
Yes, sir.
But you've heard this previously, have you not?
Okay.
Was the question is phrased?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and you've heard this previously from several different areas, do you not? Did you not?
No, sir, just one area.
You've also heard from the prosecution that that's how Kaylee died. Did you not?
Yep.
You may. Objection sustained. Rephrase the question.
Mr. Anthony, you met yesterday with the prosecutors in this case. No.
Yes, for a brief period of time, I talked to Mr. Ashton, yes.
And you spoke to Mr. Ashton about the testimony today.
Briefly, yes, we just discussed how I would be basically questioned by the state, by him, And there was no exact questions or anything like that. We just went over a generality of things. Yes, sir.
So you were prepped and
No, sir, I was
ready to
not
go.
prepped. No, that's a misconception. I was not prepped. I was just told that I'd possibly, or it looked like I'd be the first person called, and that we would talk about my granddaughter. And we've done that.
How long did you meet with Mr. Ashton?
About an hour, roughly. I'm just roughly guessing.
And he told you the questions he was going to ask you?
No, sir, I already answered
Just
that.
a second. He's answered the question, so objection overruled at this point.
He got hosed by a Nigerian prince.
No.
Really?
Just a second.
Come on.
Ladies and gentlemen, the jury, the court at an appropriate time in talking about judging the credibility of witnesses, the court will instruct you it is entirely proper for a witness to discuss their testimony
Don't be so serious, Jamie.
with their attorneys prior to them coming into court,
Oh, Zach.
and that a witness should not be discredited by talking to an attorney. Instruction will read exactly. It is
Think
entirely
papers
proper
about it
for a lawyer to
tomorrow,
talk to
and-
a witness about the testimony the witness would give if called into the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may continue.
She does.
You currently have a lawyer, do you not?
Yes, I do.
And within 24 hours of reporting Kaylee missing, you had a lawyer then by the name of Paul Kelly, did you not?
Overruled at this point.
Mr. Paul Kelly is a workers' comp attorney. I did seek his advice when this first occurred because I had no one else to turn to. And with him having legal knowledge, yes, I did, but I did not retain him. He was there just as, we brought him in as a friend to help us through the first hour, the first few days, whatever it's going to be. He was never, we'd never retained him. He was there just to counsel us through something, help us go in the right direction if we needed some kind of assistance.
You sought legal advice from him within 24 hours of calling law enforcement, did you not?
We had Mr. Kelly to our house the day that we first met you at our house. If I am pretty much on
Called you
point with that.
too.
My
Prior to
question
Talk
that,
about that.
I never talked to Mr. Kelly.
You sought legal advice from Mr. Kelly. Is that a yes? I didn't ask you when,
Okay, I will answer that yes right now.
and that was within 24 hours of calling the police in this case.
So what?
It possibly could have been within a 24-hour period. I'm not sure. Okay, I'll say yes at this point.
And then after you mentioned he's not a criminal defense lawyer, then you retained a criminal defense lawyer subsequent to him, did you not?
You may. Objection sustained. Next question.
Now, Mr. Anthony, you stated that you never had any duct tape. Is that correct?
I didn't say anything about duct tape.
You heard are you aware of the duct tape that's involved in this case?
I was made aware of it some time ago. I can't the exact nature about how I got to have knowledge of duct tape. I could have seen it on the internet or some discovery that was left out there. I'm not really sure.
You're not sure?
I'm not sure of the exact timeline. I mean, I understand that there was some duct tape that's part of this trial, part of this case.
You sat right over there while I gave my opening statement, did you not?
Oh God.
Yes, sir, I did.
So you know exactly what I'm referring to, do you not?
Sustained, you can ask them about duct tape, but you can't ask them about your opening statement. Opening statement is not evidence. Next question.
Get him, Judge.
You understand what the issue is, correct? You've seen the duct tape that we're referring to?
Yes,
Now, you told Mr. Ashton that you never had any duct tape. Were you in possession of that duct tape?
I don't remember that duct tape, whatever you're talking about, I remember that being exactly at my home. I mean, I've had tapes and stuff for many years. I mean, I've purchased duct tape at different places. I'm not,
Guy. Stop.
Hinkle brand duct tape.
Over explaining.
Sustained, Mr. Anthony, would you finish
Wait.
answering the question,
I don't
please,
know
sir?
if I've seen
That
that
specific
specific
one,
one.
if
I've had a lot
that
of
was
tape,
at my
but
house,
I mean, it probably came from the
then
house.
I guess that could be considered,
Yeah.
yes, in my possession. I had knowledge of it.
And you did not put the duct tape on that gas can, correct?
Sustained.
Were you in possession of that duct
I
tape
love him going
at
after
the
this
public
dope
supermarket,
stuff.
the command center, while you were passing out flyers of your missing granddaughter?
Look at him just standing there. He's ready to
Sustained.
rock and roll.
Judge, may we approach it?
No.
May we approach? No.
No.
Not today, sir.
Yep.
It is.
Mr. Anthony, when did you first find out that your car was towed?
Giggity.
Overall as to that
On the
question.
nightstand. Good Lord.
Well, you know.
Yeah, you know.
When I first found out
Gotta do what
about
you gotta do,
our
Jake.
Pontiac Sunfire had been
I
towed,
guess.
we had received a notice through the United States Postal Service. See, like a yellowish
Yes.
color tag, probably about the
Really?
size of this. And it just had our name on it, the person who had sent it. And it was available to be picked up, at the local post office where we get our mail delivered from.
Did you understand my question, sir? My question was,
When I first got notice of it,
when did you first know or find out that your car was towed? What date?
I believe it was Sunday, the 13th of July. It was on a Sunday.
And you picked up the car on the 15th.
Overall,
Picked up the car on the 15th.
Yes,
And when you picked up the car, did you advise anyone that your granddaughter was missing?
if I remember correctly, when I was walking around the car with the gentleman at the tow yard, and after realizing that I hadn't seen my granddaughter for nearly a month, and I really hadn't had a lot of contact with my daughter within that month, I was concerned when I seen the car being towed there, when I saw the car had been towed there.
Did you advise anyone that your granddaughter was missing when you picked up the car?
No, not at that time. I didn't say
I
she was
love when-
missing.
You
I
didn't
love how
tell
he asks
anyone
the
that you hadn't
questions,
seen your
though.
granddaughter.
What?
I said, I like how he asks the questions, though.
Yeah.
You know, like he's
I-
just so, I don't know what it is, how to explain it, but it's just something about him.
Like
He's so
you made
irritating
me
and good at the same
crazy.
time. Like,
Yes. That's
Yeah.
it. I have a new appreciation for Jose.
yeah.
He's good. I would like to see him defend people that I think are not guilty of the crime they're accused of.
Yeah. I
It
would
be
really like him. Yeah.
easier.
I think
it's
so, too.
easy to it's easy to hate the defense attorney on every case that is, especially when you are convinced that the client is guilty. So
hmm And despite the fact that I think she's guilty, I really think he's good. He's really good.
yeah.
But George is making it impossible for me to hate him because he's so evasive and
Just-
he's so all over the place. Like,
Yes,
just
and all
answer the
he has
question, stop
to-
fighting.
Oh, yep, that's all he would have had to do is stop fighting and just answer the questions because, I mean, the facts are horrible for his family, but they're on his side in that he didn't do this or he didn't have anything to do with this.
Yeah.
Like, just quit because you're making yourself look like you did something wrong.
Hmm. For sure.
What I said to the tow gentleman that was there, I don't remember his name off the top of my head. It was when we were walking around the back of the car. I didn't verbally say it out loud. I think I said it in a very soft tone. That I hope that my granddaughter,
I'm
this
not
is not
pulling
my
up
daughter
any
or
of
my
these
granddaughter
chats,
or
you
both,
two.
I know.
because the way the car smelled.
And that smell was the smell of human decomposition.
Sustain.
I don't really believe George knows what decomp smells
After you
like. He
smell that
doesn't know
smell,
what a
sir,
Nigerian
what
prince
did you do?
is or a scam.
Mr.
Yes, sir.
Baez.
I don't trust his instincts now.
I'm a little worried that he was a law enforcement officer in
Until this
Ohio
witness
now.
is called for further testimony.
Do we need to go back and look at his
Can you
cases?
redirect in those areas?
Yep.
Since Mr. Bias has raised it, tell us about the Sports Authority incident when you went to check on your daughter's work situation. What happened?
When I arrived at Sports Authority, I went inside and was met with a younger gentleman at one of the cashier areas. And I introduced myself. I said, I'm George Anthony. I'm Casey's father. Is Casey here? And the gentleman said, who's Casey? And I said, Casey Anthony. And I had given her a brief description.
Sustain.
Your Honor, it's not the truth of the matter asserted. It's simply to establish.
Mr. Baez. She didn't hear your objection.
If I
Go
may,
ahead.
it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, just to establish the events that flowed from the statement. I would ask the court to reconsider.
Sustain.
Now, based upon what the gentleman told you, what did you do?
Wait till you see her.
I got a little
shirt
concerned
in
and
the
I
next
asked to see the
episode.
manager.
And did you have additional conversations with him?
I had
Without
additional-
telling me
Was
what
this
they were.
around
Did you have additional
Jersey Shore
conversations with him?
I had a more conversation with the manager
Jersey
and found out that
Shore
my
Don't tell me what they said.
Jamie, that's your thing, not
Now,
mine.
After
I
that
know. Now I
conversation,
gotta look.
did
because
you,
I don't know.
what did
It
you do?
was 2011. The trial
knowing
in
that Casey
2011.
was not there,
When
I
did
got in my
Jersey
car and
Shore
left.
came out? Because everybody
At some
tried to
point,
be
did
snooky
you,
hair. Snooky hair.
address this issue with either your wife or your daughter
Even me.
or both?
So stop it. I did it.
First time I
ain't gonna
addressed it
lie.
with my wife Cindy.
All right. And tell us about that conversation.
Maybe next week I'll find a
It
matching
was not
shirt
the best
for whatever
conversation to
Casey's
have
wearing.
with Cindy at the time because of
Wear
feeling
a
that I
hair
was
poof
invading
next weekend.
Casey's
Yeah.
privacy
This
to a
was-
point, following her.
Well,
Just should have just let it go and not.
If Mo
was-
can dress up, so can I, right?
Yeah.
I'll just match Casey
it
every
was
week now.
09. So 09,
Yeah.
it just started. So, I mean, it was at its hype at 2011, probably.
Right?
with the
Maybe that
snippy
was.
hair.
She did.
Jesus Christ.
Listen, I'm going to see your father when I go up there and your mother, and I want to see all the pictures and hear
Well,
all
I
the
just had-
stories.
I just made the poof. Like, did that a lot.
I
it was
mean, I
fun.
could be Eris. You have to open it up, though.
It wasn't as bad as that, but
I want the pictures.
no. I burned everything.
I shared a prom picture. You can share a poofy hair picture.
Did you share a prom picture?
I did. You weren't there?
No, I don't think I was
I'll
there.
send it to you.
Okay.
Listen, she did not leave her house that morning. I think she was back in jail again at this time. Because she was locked up and then she got out. That crazy dude paid her bail and got her out, thinking he could talk her into taking him to where the body was.
Oh yeah.
But then
Yeah,
they
she went
locked her
back in.
back up again after the body was found. So
Yep.
I mean, I'll do it. I just have to have her open it up. So do you think, Eris?
Was your
Been the detective of the house to look to go find what was going on.
was your detective work well received by your wife?
No, it was not. It was not.
Oh, by the way, Baker, since you're back, we know about all of your shenanigans now. We heard that you also scammed George with your Nigerian scam. And that
Oh,
you
oh
met the
yeah.
father of Casey's baby.
That was funny. George got scammed by a Nigerian prince, and we said, did he have a Scottish accent and live in Denmark? Oh man, that's good
He
times.
can't quit us, Stephen. As hard as he's
No.
trying. Yeah.
Never.
When was Baker in the United States again? It must have been.
I feel like it was 1996 or something like that, though. Could be wrong.
He had to have come back in the early 2000s.
Yeah.
Baker, you are the father.
Did it create additional strife in a relationship that you were trying to repair?
Slightly, but we worked through it.
Did you address this with Casey as well?
I don't remember if I really addressed it immediately or if it was a short period of time after, or we just had a brief discussion. I don't think it was anything that was that bad. You
just let it go.
Just let it go.
Well, send me
Now,
a honeydew
can you
list.
tell us when, in relation to the last time you saw Kaylee, this would have been the same year, the year before? Can you give us a general idea?
The last time I saw my granddaughter Kaylee was June 16, 2008.
I mean, the Sports Authority incident, when was
Sports
that?
Authority, I'm sorry.
Yeah, when
Sports
was that
Authority
in
incident, I believe was towards the end of 2007, could have been the early part of 2008. I'm not really sure of that generality of the time, but I know it wasn't all that long ago.
Young?
Now, let's talk about Mr. Kelly, the attorney that counsel asked you about. Had he done some work for you in the past?
He was my workers' comp attorney when I had a couple different injuries. He took care of that for me.
And how far back was that he worked as your attorney?
Overall,
How far back was it that he had actually worked as your
I told
attorney?
you to go away.
He helped me two different occasions. One time was in, I believe it was
Listen, you gotta talk to
1995,
Jamie about
1996,
that.
and
You get
again
paid.
in the
Oops.
early part of 2000.
Subsequent to that, had your relationship with Mr. Kelly changed from lawyer-client to something more personal?
Oh, we've been just great friends for nearly 20 years.
And did you and Cindy socialize with his family? Did your kids socialize together? Was it that kind of relationship?
We've been out to dinner a couple different occasions, been to his home and shared a meal at his home with him and his family.
Yeah.
And when you had
So
him
it's totally
come to your
weird that
house,
they called their
the day-
attorney friend
I guess the day after you found
when
out
they had to call
Kaylee
law
was
enforcement
missing,
to their home.
Yeah.
was he there
The
more as a
cop.
friend or more as a legal advisor?
Wanted to call an attorney.
overall,
So weird.
Friend, but also legal. I mean, it was a combination of both because Cindy and I didn't know where to turn, except to turn to someone that we considered our friend and had legal knowledge. So we were reaching out to just get some help.
How would you describe your emotional state on that day, the 16th of July, the day after everything was revealed, and the day that? How were you feeling? What were your emotions then? No, I believe this is the date that counsel was referring to.
overall,
Just tell us that.
Nice try, Jose.
Yeah.
Very, very tired, very edgy,
Right in
had
the
had
throat.
nothing to eat or drink since probably earlier the day prior to that. You talk about running on fumes. I mean, you're going in so many different directions. It's hard just to sit down and just concentrate on one particular thing, because your whole main objective is to find your missing granddaughter. That's whatever it took. I mean, to say how exactly I felt that day, I do know that we were just devastated.
No further questions.
Okay, may the witness stand down. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Anthony. You may resume your seat.
All right, hold on. Now I got to pull up the other one.
Oh, they were all separate.
Yeah, they were all separate, so I have the next one on a different screen. So I went ahead and skipped like the boyfriend's roommates and some other nothing witnesses and skipped straight to her boyfriend. I am going to record the nothing witnesses and put them on my other playlist. I have a playlist that's just the I have a playlist that's just the trial itself. I'm going to add those on there, but I'm not going to live stream all of the witnesses because there are 118 parts to this trial. And I'm not interested in doing a Jodi Arias 5-year-long trial. So
Right. Well, and we've talked about this. The most important witnesses are these ones that you're picking. So,
right.
Because a lot of the nothing roommates were just like, yeah, I saw her. She seemed like a good mom. Okay, bye.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what they were. He's back. Hi, Daddy.
Hey, Nigerian prince.
Wow.
I just
Scottish
came back to
speaking
the high
Danish.
energy ending of this show.
It's not. We're not ending yet.
We're not ending. It's halftime, buddy.
You're premature, buddy.
Oh,
it's not
that's
over. It's not over yet.
Oh.
Oh my God, laughing at myself laughing is the best thing ever.
Laughception. I love it.
Are you proud of yourself back there with your controls?
Exactly. See, he is. He's very. Look at me.
Thank you so much, Case Brad, for giving me
Stop it.
Oh my. I love that thing.
Jesus.
Well,
that's amazing. So what do you have to say for yourself, Nigerian Prince Baker?
Yeah.
Well, I don't do grift streams, and I have to pay for my trip to the US, so
okay.
A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. So
is that your oh God? Your accent?
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
I call up and say, "Hello, Mr. George. This is James from Windows Help Desk. I need you to refund money to me, please."
Oh, that's fantastic. That's his Nigerian Prince voice, Valhalla.
Yeah.
Oh. scared the peace out of me.
So Baker, the chat was talking about Karen Reed. What's going on tomorrow for that?
Well, there's a final hearing before trial, and there's something going on with. I don't know how much you follow along. There was a TUI hearing about the feds had been looking into the police department up there, and they had gotten some information from them which are very secret. They can't talk about it, and then the defense made a motion asking for continuance of the case because of evidence they couldn't put in the motion because they were secret. So it's going to be interesting. But there's a very big meltdown right now from one of the anti-Karen Reed journalists who's really blowing a gasket, and a lot of them has really seemed, because they were quite sure the Turtle Boy were going to stay in prison for at least 60 days more. And when he got out, because this time it wasn't the Auntie Bev who was the judge, this is the lady who said, well, you have to show me the evidence. So they couldn't keep him in prison, and now they're kind of running scared because they thought that kind of like when people heard FBI was looking into it, a lot of people say, well, Karen Reed is going to walk free. No, always prepare for court. No matter how good everything looks, you always come prepared. You don't buy into all of the noise. You just keep your eye on the ball. And all of a sudden,
think the feds are going to jump in and save everybody, guys.
Yeah, but if the feds have something, and it seems like they have something that might be, and I don't know how much, because again, it's secret, and it's the same with everyone who's saying, well, the grand jury, this and that. Yeah, that's secret as well. You can't.
Right. I've
you don't
seen
know
the
what happened.
evidence.
Yeah. I gone done talk to somebody, and he done said to me that them grand jury feds, they done everything by the books. So she's going down to the big house.
I know that guy. Yeah, he knows what he's talking about.
You know that guy?
Yeah.
I do.
Oh, I don't know that guy. Sad face. Yes, Stephen, you should join the Discord. It's fun. We get to have chats with Baker, and there's lots of documents on there.
Do you have the documents?
Jamie knows how to Google the documents.
Oh, my freaking Lord.
No, but tomorrow, I don't know how much you can rely on, because there's a lot of chatter on Twitter right now, and everyone thinks their side is winning. And when Turtle Boy got out, a lot of the other side really, it felt like they got very surprised, because they have been banking on having a judge who really, really, really likes to look favorable on their arguments. And now it was the same lady who wouldn't arrest him the first time, where they had to go back and make a honey trap for him. She released him this time, and they wanted a $10,000 bail and GPS links on him and everything. And she said, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So I really don't like what I'm seeing from that court. It's way too political. It's way too lopsided. Yeah, but some judges are okay. The guy in the Supreme Court who said, where do you find that in the statute? Up. And then they went back to the lower court with the DV accusation. And it was kind of weird. A DV victim was calling him the night before trial.
Yeah. That's twice, didn't she? Didn't she last time too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
how is she able to even call in there? And was she able to talk to him?
No, because she called his messenger, and his lawyers had the cell phone, so they had the evidence that she called him, because this is pure imagination. you make her call him at 1:45 or 1:35 in the
Something
morning,
like that, yeah.
and you record when
Oh, I bet.
when
Yeah.
yeah the kids did it, but you take the part out where she's calling him,
Place?
and you then maybe she starts crying at some point, and you have that on tape. Bring that to court and said, he harassed me last night.
Right. He's witness intimidating again.
Well,
Yeah.
according to his live last night, he's got many messages from her.
So
So
twice before a court date, her children called him. Man, they're
Yeah, it
smart
happens.
kids.
No, but again, it really sent all the people scuttling for the lifeboats when he got out, because and that's the big problem, because both the pro and the anti Karen Reed side follow some Twitter accounts, and some of them, most of them, especially on the pro side, is good. I follow that Olivia girl. She really lists where she finds her information and stuff like that. But some people are just out here saying tomorrow Jesus will be reborn, and both sides do it because they know they get attention, they get the clicks, they get the views.
Yeah.
And some people buy into it because they want to believe that Karen Reed is guilty or innocent, and that's why you take the loudest person in the room and say, oh yeah, he must be right, because they yell all the time. That's no, as always, don't believe anything on the internet. You can find memes with Abraham Lincoln saying that.
Right?
Well,
he's all the things.
delivering
busy
cream
life.
pies since 2001 in the US.
Yeah. That was when you were in the US last, 2001.
Jamie, do you know how many amendments to the Constitution there's? I have a favorite. It's not the first. It's not the second.
I have a. Huh?
Fifth.
You don't like. Oh.
Cinco. That's 5 in Spanish, Jamie.
Fifth.
Where would you
FIS.
be without his
Fifth.
translations, Jamie?
You know what?
Oh, you're going for another 2 hours? I just jumped on because I thought you were ending.
No,
we told you this was halftime.
I said you are premature.
Halftime with
sir.
little Karen Reed and Turtle Boy.
We are far from done. We are far from done.
Yeah, Jamie told me I couldn't do one witness at a time. I had to do more than one. So we.
I can get the opening and the opening's different. Or whatever, but then try to get a couple witnesses in at a time, or you will be here at Jody style forever and ever.
You have to wait and see her outfit, Baker. Today's outfit is fantastic.
Well, then give me the outfit and
okay.
I'll go to bed because it's
ANTHONY LAZZARO.
All right. Mr. Lazaro, kind of take your time and speak directly into that mic. And when you go back and forth, it causes a few problems, but just take your time, speak distinctly. Mr. George, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
You are Anthony Lazaro?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you go by Tony?
Anthony, Tony, don't matter to me.
Mr. Lazaro, how
Will
old
anyone call you Tone Capone?
I'm 24.
Tone Capone.
are you currently living in the state of Florida?
No,
Where do you live?
I live on Long Island.
In New York?
Yes.
All right. How long have you lived there?
All my life.
Was there a time that you lived here in Orlando?
Yes, when I went to Full Sail University.
And when did you attend Full Sail
That's
University?
where WWE has their
2007, August 2007 to August 2009.
There it is.
Look at that. Look at her. I love that top.
She brought the bangs
It's even
down.
better when she takes the jacket thing off. It's even better. It's fantastic.
Did she get her hair darkened? It looks
I
darker.
think maybe just because it's down.
Oh,
I think
Maybe.
maybe it looks like
I don't
that.
know that jail hair dye, what they do.
oh, I
Oh,
didn't
You've
heard a
know
little
that.
bit about
I'm writing
wholesale.
in your name on your channel.
Did you graduate?
Yeah,
from
you are.
Yes, sir.
I'm like, I didn't write.
And
What?
what did you get your degree
I'm
in?
I'm so
Music
smart,
business.
man.
Bachelor's in music
People were
business.
saying that to him last night, and he was like, I know.
Is that a BA?
That's a BSc.
I said,
Yes.
stop thinking with your little turtle boy.
Are you currently working?
Yes, sir. What do you do? I work at Best Buy, and I'm interning at a record label.
Can't walk out. Because Jamie beats me backstage.
You better
When
stay
you
up
were
all night
attending
and stay
Full
here.
Sail here in Orlando,
That's what
Where
all the
were you
ladies
living?
say to me. You
I
better stay up.
lived at 2 different places.
well, let's
First,
talk about where you were living in May, June, and July of 2008.
sure, Sutton Place.
Do you recall the address there?
Not the exact numbers, but it was off of University Boulevard.
Wait a second,
It
though.
was off
Pause
of what?
this. Like, oh,
Well, I paused it. All right.
you yeeted it too.
I did.
I didn't.
Like, all these guys are just like at this school. Where is this school, by the way? Because once I started hearing about this school, I was like, is there really a school like this? Where they're just like, they learn how to be like record, like learn how to like record music like in a studio or whatever.
I know Full Sail University is where they have NXT, so they have a big media department. NXT is the brand for
Is that what
WWE.
is that what the school was called? Full Sail? Full Sail?
Yeah.
That's what it was.
So they probably have some connection to
Yeah.
media things.
And it was open like sounded like it was open like 24/7 because the one guy would talk about being there like all night and stuff like that. I don't know. I just thought it was like and like they
Listen,
all yeah.
none of them learn this. None of y'all. I think like 85% of our cases are because some guy stuck it in crazy.
Yeah. So like she isn't so bad sometimes.
How let's just do a head count. How many could save him? He wasn't that bad.
Ew.
This guy?
Tony?
Any guy, because all we guys, yeah, we dig crazy, but how many ladies think, but he's a bad boy, but I can change him. I can make him better.
I have no
You're
idea what
right.
you're talking about, Baker.
no.
Right. I think
As
a
long
lot of
as he's
ladies
not
do that.
when he's not drinking and doing drugs, he won't hit me that bad.
Yeah.
He's not that
You
bad.
don't know
One
him
more
like
year.
I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and when all your girlfriends saying, "Did you fall down the stairs again?" Yeah, but he brought
Is
me
that what you
flowers
tell all
after.
your girlfriends, Baker, that you fell down the stairs again?
You know how hard Jamie hits me. You've seen it.
I did
Because
see
I
that.
remember that time when she said, "Farrell, look at this. Now you change your stream time."
That's true.
Well, it would have been even worse. I would have missed the whole thing.
Yeah,
I just
Yeah, you
asked.
would've.
And then
That's,
I totally
how,
thought I'd be out of there. I'd be out of there in time, and nope, that didn't happen.
that's
It's
how the
fine.
JN
It's-
works. Jamie Network. It's
Yep.
only threats and violence.
But we love
love her.
it.
Yeah.
You
I
don't
know.
she sends flowers and stuff sometimes, so it's
I don't
okay.
leave a mark. I don't leave a mark. It's my charm.
People must think Jamie is such a bad person. And she isn't
I
in real
know.
life.
I was like, there must be some truth
Remember
to
to
this.
share the audio.
Oh,
Oh,
I did. Hold on. Son of a
God for
Ah!
thank God Baker's here.
Well, I'm just here
Hold
to.
on.
Do you want to get a few emails while you're at it, Baker? You know, send some Nigerian prince emails to people.
Well, John, yeah, everything is very and a lot of things, but it's just when everyone's saying we guys should keep our D out of crazy, you ladies should keep your relationship way away from the bad boy that you can save. It's the same problem we have because humans are stupid. Because we see
I
that
shared
2%
the
that's okay.
audio. I just forgot to turn the sound on the YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Oh boy.
This is going fabulously.
Yep.
And was it just the two of you there for a while?
Yes, sir.
Did there come a time while you were living at the Sutton Place apartments that you had other people living with you?
Yes. Two of my friends have lived off my couch, slept off my couch.
Who was that?
One was Clint or Roy House and Nathan Lezovich.
When they stayed with you, did they pay any rent or utilities?
No, it was just a friendly gesture because one, I believe, I can't recall why Clint stayed over. I think it was just some dispute with his other apartment. And I was just being a good friend, allowing him to stay on the couch, didn't know where to go. And Nate, we were planning on moving into a new apartment together. So it was basically like, I was waiting for my lease to end.
And were you actively looking for places to live during this time
I
period?
know, Roseman.
Yes.
I think
All right,
so.
let's talk a little bit about Full Sail. Does Full Sail run their classes, I guess, like any other college where the semester starts in September and go to
No,
December? How does it work?
It's not like a semester at all. Literally, your semester is almost every month. You start new classes every month, and your schedule can either be consistent for a whole week or it can completely different change. And the school is open 24/7.
Oh, they
Yes,
were.
Stephen, we skipped.
Usually, you're in
couple,
class or lab at
skipped
4
a couple of
hours.
people,
of
so this is a new day.
So back in May, June, and going into July of
skipped all the
2008, what
roommates
was
and
your
stuff.
schedule at Full Sail?
And some guy who tested a shovel.
I believe that it was not consistent. I would say that I would have a morning class from 9 to 1, and then maybe sometimes an evening lab or an evening class.
Okay, what would happen at an evening lab?
What would happen in an evening lab?
Yeah, what do you do?
Lab stuff.
You would do anything that would be pertaining to that month. I can't recall actually what that month was, but I could be in a music studio working on learning music equipment, recording equipment, or just learning the technology for being a musical engineer.
As part of your tuition, did you receive a computer?
Yes, I did.
What type of computer did you receive?
MacBook Pro.
Oh, fancy.
Fancy.
I want to go to this school.
As part of
fancy
your
like
education
Applebee's.
at Full Sail, did you take it upon yourself, or were you required to
I just went and put that
put
song in
on
my head.
either shows
Yay me.
or do some sort of events?
I have had worse songs in my head though.
They wanted you to get involved with the other kids because potentially these would be other people that you could be doing work with in the music industry. So yeah, I mean, it wasn't like, oh, you have to do this, but it was a good thing to do and it was an experience. So
During the months of May, June, and July of 2008, did you take it upon yourself to
Yes.
try to set up either a small business or something along those lines?
yes.
What did you do?
What did I do? I've had experience doing DJing and me and Clint, I should say Roy House, decided we wanted to maybe start our own company, have a DJ company, do a little promotion for nightlife.
Did that have a name?
I can't remember that name. I think we came through a bunch of different names for the company. But eventually what we did was DBC Entertainment, what became of that.
Did DBC stand for anything?
It was
if you want to get more into that, the people that we brought on as promoters that supposedly they were from Deerfield Beach County, and that's basically what I believe, from what I can remember, that was what it's for.
Now, when did you start actively working in this capacity as a DJ with Roy, with DBC?
Well, with DBC or before? Because we were actually
all right, I'm sorry. Let's start with before.
We actually did start before. We went to Fusion, and we were there for something else. I don't remember. But we met with the owner, and we approached him and said, "Hey, we're DJs. We have experience. We have some contacts with other promotion companies. Maybe if you're interested, we could come in and maybe do a party on a Friday night." And he was all for it. So that's basically how that started.
When did that start, where you were putting on those shows at Fusion?
I want to say that started, I think we were in talks in the end of May and started in June.
All right. And at the same time, you were taking classes.
Yes, sir.
During this time period, did you own a car?
Yes, sir.
What type of car did you own?
I have a Jeep Grand Cherokee.
What year?
97.
All right. Again, directing your attention to May of 2008, did there come a time when you first became in contact with a person by the name of Casey Anthony?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury how that started? How you met her?
Yeah. I met her on Facebook. Simple friend request, and we became friends.
How did you find her on Facebook?
I found her through Facebook at the time, would show you how people in your area or people that go to school in your area, and would literally pop up. And I was like, oh, well, she seems like she's cool. Friend request.
Did she immediately respond to you, or did it take some time?
I don't recall.
So talk about, if you would, your first contacts with her. Was it all through email?
Her hair looks better today.
Probably through Facebook. Sorry, if I can remember. I don't think anything more than that.
Hate that hairstyle.
And did that continue for a period of time?
I would say so.
And how long?
I can't recall.
A month, 2 weeks? Anything help you out there?
Probably nothing that long.
Did there come a time when you decided to meet?
Yeah. Okay. So
I don't know.
First time we ever met in person was at my friend's birthday. His name was Dan Howard. This is right around the same time that I was starting up the DJ company.
Was this in May?
This is the end of May.
End of May.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir. And
I'm sitting
we
here
were throwing a party
sleeping,
for him at one of our
yeah.
friends' houses. And
What?
I'm sitting here sleeping, and then I wake up to. That's not nice.
For what?
I don't know how I feel about you commenting as me.
Yeah, blame me. I'm not Canada. It's weird.
What did he put?
Nakey bakey. He put
Nakey bakey.
He put this. I mean, yes, I definitely wrote that.
Everybody's always blaming me for everything.
Oh,
that should be your OF name. The Nakey Bakey.
Nakey Bakey? The Nakey Baker?
Well, the Naked Baker, I think, is already a thing, but the Nakey Bakey.
There's a naked baker where?
Yeah, there's a naked chef and a naked baker.
I didn't know that. I don't know a lot of things, apparently.
The Naked Baker gluten-free cookies. It's a bakery. It's in New Zealand.
Oh,
there you go. Young, this is Tony Lazaro. He was Casey's boyfriend at the time that Kaylee died.
Yep.
He was who she was out partying with at Fusion, and where
Staying
she
at
was
his
actually staying at
place.
his place when she was hiding from her parents because, hello, where's the kid? Like,
Yep.
which is another reason that I don't believe any of that story, like that it happened at the pool, all that stuff, because she was hiding from them.
Yeah, she really was.
Do people still go to nightclubs? Yeah, I do it a couple times a year.
Well,
Yeah.
do you go to nightclubs or do you go to bars? Is there a difference? A
Yes.
disco. What do you call them? Discos?
Yeah,
What's a disco
it's what
compared
you
to a
call a
bar?
club because you don't know
Oh,
what disco is. Ah,
I wish discos were so cool because they looked fun.
I sent you the pictures of the last time I
No.
was out drinking.
I know. And I said that
Yeah.
it looked like a really cool bar, and you told me no, that it was a disco.
Yeah, because a bar in Denmark is a smaller place where you just that's where you get hammered before you go dancing.
Oh, okay.
Ew. Well, they have to. Him and Brandon have ladies to save from college.
We're on a mission from God.
Save that Tuesday afternoon crew, please. Those poor ladies.
What was her cause of death? It was undetermined means, I think.
Yeah.
They couldn't do it because she was so decomposed. She was just skeletal remains by the time they found her.
Yeah.
So it was homicide by undetermined means.
There was some talk about she might have drowned in the pool, but no one knows.
Yeah. Like Farrell said, by the time they found her, she was just bones. So
Getting or giving?
Stop it.
Oh, I love your soundboard so much.
I was inviting a ton of people on and made a what you would call a Facebook event. You guys are familiar with Facebook, and literally just would friend request, send invites to everyone, and that's basically the whole point of that, to get a bunch of people to go. And I got that's when she got back to me to go to the party.
So you were expecting her to be at that party?
No, not until I got a response.
Okay. Well, I'm saying once she responded, you were expecting her to be at the party.
Yes.
All right. While you were talking and discussing,
I believe so.
The child's name at that time.
I can't recall.
Do you recall how old?
Yes, sir.
All right. What was your first impressions of her?
Pretty girl. I mean, I was kind of going back and forth, and I think she showed up with two of her friends, and we hit it off.
Okay. Did you recall anything? Did you recall anything that you spoke about on that first meeting?
On that first night, I don't recall what we talked about. Probably just, hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you.
It's fair to say that night went well.
Yes.
Did you make plans to see her again?
I believe so. Not that night, but again, yes, we did make plans shortly after.
So shortly after meeting Ms. Anthony, did you start to see her on a regular basis?
Yes, sir.
How would you see her?
Well,
put it this way. Did you go to her house and pick her up to take her out on a date?
No, she would come over and show up to my apartment.
Did you want Nick?
Now, after when this first started, how often would she come over to your house?
I feel like she was a stage 5 clinger too.
A couple of times.
A couple of times a week?
She seemed to like show up and never leave.
What does that mean?
More or less a couple times a week.
The first time she came over to your apartment, did she bring her daughter?
Yes.
Did the two of you stay at the apartment, or did you go out?
This is the time that we went to the pool. She brought her daughter over and we went down by the pool.
Overall,
Okay. We went down to the pool.
And this is at your apartment complex?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when that was?
I would say June 2nd.
Do you know what the Arden Villas is? Arden Villas?
That's not ringing a bell too much, no.
Did you, after meeting her at Daniel Howard's party, do you recall inviting her to any other party?
No Geraldo today.
I reminded inviting her to a pool party shortly after that.
All right. Did she attend that?
Right.
I'm sorry, yes?
Yes, sorry.
Did she bring anyone with her to that party?
No, sir.
During this time period, the end of May, beginning of June, did there come a time when Ms. Anthony stayed over at your apartment?
So you make food
no.
for your dog, but you buy frozen cinnamon rolls?
Yeah, that's you're talking
During this time period of the end of May,
better than
beginning of June, were you aware of what type of car Ms. Anthony drove?
Yes.
What was she driving?
A white Pontiac.
Directing your attention to June 4th of
remember
2008,
to get a
did you attend a birthday
outside
party
the house.
for a person by the name of Troy Brown?
Yes.
Who went to that party?
Me, Clint, and Maria.
That'd be Maria Kish.
Maria Kish, sorry, yes.
When you went to that party for Troy Brown, do you remember where that party was held?
Club Voyage.
Where is Club Voyage?
It's downtown, I believe, on Church Street.
These
When you
clubs.
went to Troy Brown's party on the 4th of June, 2008, who drove?
Casey did.
What car did you take?
Her car.
She looks so frumpy.
Was it during this time period that you first met Kaylee Anthony?
Yes.
Where do you recall first meeting Kaylee was at your apartment?
Right.
I think you told us a little bit about going to a pool.
That's
Yes.
unfortunate.
What else did you see her in any other context?
Yes, sir. Another time she came over, and then also when we went to the mall.
What mall did you go to?
Went to the mall Millennium.
Do you
Yeah, they
remember the
would've-
date?
It was a Friday afternoon. I want to say 13th. I can't hold me to that, but I'm pretty sure it was the 13th because it was definitely before something
That's
because
why
I was
think
promoting
she did it on accident, Sue.
something I had going
I
on.
think
All right,
she.
well, let's take it in order. When you went to the Millennium Mall, what was the purpose of going to the mall?
I
don't
wanted to
know that I
promote
think
for what
that-
was going on that night.
All right. And so you would have promoted the
Handing out
event
flyers.
before the event, correct?
Yes.
Sorry.
Well, mine's more of a.
You would
I
have
think she
promoted
was
the
giving
event
her
before
sleeping medicine
actually having
and
it.
gave her too much.
Yes, sir.
So when you went to the Millennium Mall, I believe you just testified that was for the purposes of promoting the event. How did you do that?
Handing out
Yeah,
flyers.
Just walking around the mall, handing them out?
Yes.
And when you did that, was the defendant with you?
No.
Did she go to the mall with you?
Yes. We split up.
Yep.
She and Kaylee walked
I
around
think she was giving her medication.
And you handed out the flyer?
while I went around handing out
Knocked her
flyers.
out and gave her too
After
much.
handing out your flyers, did you meet up again with the defendant and her daughter?
Yes.
What'd you do?
We went to Cheesecake Factory and had a late lunch.
Do you recall how you got to the mall?
I believe it was in her car.
After having a late lunch at the Cheesecake Factory, did you return back to your apartment?
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant stay with you that night?
No, sir.
Did she and Kaylee leave?
Yes, sir.
Did Kaylee ever spend the night at your apartment?
No, sir.
Did you take her down?
After the defendant dropped you off at your apartment, was that the last time you saw Kaylee Anthony?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you mentioned before a hip hop showcase.
Mm-hmm.
What day of the week are those usually held?
Well, it would be Friday, every Friday, because those are the nights that I was able to do.
Are you testify? I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
Those are the nights that we had Fusion. It was Friday nights, Friday evenings.
So you were promoting this showcase.
They were
Yes, sir.
The following Friday or the next Friday.
Right.
All right. And did
I
you
think
go
maybe
to
they got in a
Fusion
fight
on
with her.
June 13th of 2008?
Casey.
If that's what falls on a Friday, then yes.
And that was for your showcase.
I'm leaving.
Yes, sir.
Taking the
Did
kid.
the defendant attend that?
Yeah, like I think that's why it wasn't so weird. I think they got in a fight and well, then you're not going to see her. Because she was asking to see her, and every time they said, hey, like Miss Kaylee, like miss Kaylee, like she was, we're down here doing this thing for work. We're on some fancy vacation now, because they went to the beach and they did this and they did that. So I don't think it's super strange that they weren't calling the authorities or anything during those 30 days until they smelled the trunk. What are you thinking, Baker? You got a thinky.
And
thinky
like it
face
wasn't
on.
their kid, so
It's because I
you
was
know.
trying to pull up pictures of where people can meet you.
What?
Oh, at Bakerwood?
No, at Farrellwood.
Farrellwood.
Because now we have the venue is locked down now.
Is it? Oh, good. Is it the one?
Yeah, sadly the website is down, but I'm trying to see if I can find some pictures.
Okay.
Because just before I go, so we can.
Okay.
What the fudge? I can do what I want. So this is the place. It's called the Creek Side, I believe. This is the room where we will be having the meetup in. Apparently, they have all of that, and there's an outside area, so people can come hang out. It's because I was talking with the expert about it. Maybe it would be nice to if we tried seeing how many would even come.
Yeah, we kind of do need to get a head count, huh?
Yeah, because if it's only us five who's going to be on the panel and you, then we might not need it. But it looks like a cool enough place.
I was wondering that too.
But apparently they have that down now. So, and I told the expert, probably we have to wait for the White Rabbit to hear it. That they should look into figuring out some kind of sign-up sheets. But there's a pavilion outside, or there's a big bar we can stay in. And according to Texas, then they double serve. So
good to know.
I don't drink.
Did they go out there when they were in town?
Yeah.
Oh, good. I haven't got to talk to them since before they went, so
Look how
Expert
cool it
is
is.
avoiding me. I think he's mad
It's
at me.
funny.
I think we might have beef.
Everyone have beef with you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Expert didn't.
No, but then he got to know you. Well, yeah, for those of you who don't know, in in May we will be having forgot I got the control, so we'll be having a meetup with I'll be there if you needed somebody. Expert will be there for anyone who wants him. The White Rabbit, Volstrom, Diva, Valhalla, MG, Miss Farrell,
Valkyrie.
Kaiser, T-Rex, Danielle, Little D,
Texas
and
Jen.
Texas Jen, Miami Spice. Those, I think, are the ones, and you can put in the Valkyrie. She's probably going to be there as well, but she don't stream that much.
So those are the confirmed ones.
Yeah. So we will be having on Thursday, the 16th of May, we will be at Dollywood. And the 17th, because the Expert, he has a Friday night show, we will try and do a live show. Yeah, Stephen, and
yeah,
it's a pretty cool place, and we're gonna hang out there, and you can get to know us, talk to us.
Yeah, May 16th and 17th.
We're weird people, and if you can't make it on the 16th or the 17th, I will be there till I think I fly home the 21st. So you might be able to catch me on a Taco Bell. Yo quiero Taco Bell.
Ew,
And
gay.
that's I like Taco Bell in Spanish, Jamie.
Oh, that's so sweet of you. Thank you for translating.
Well, that's what I do because I'm a good person.
It's service.
Yeah. But no, I just thought we should promote it a little bit.
Yeah, we should. You're right.
You're
so
if people
smart.
and if people want to come, they could come meet us. And
I promise not
probably
to kidnap you. I've already made my kidnapping plans, allegedly.
Oh yeah, Dave will be there.
Oh.
Yeah, well, it's a family reunion, so.
Aww. David.
Phil and David's gonna hang out
I'm
again.
not sure, Earth. Yeah.
Together again, or for the first time, right?
Yeah, he won't come see me. He only goes to see people. All right, I'm gonna play this, but are you leaving, Baker?
Dave is gonna be there, and he's not gonna. David drinks like a girl, and he makes decisions like a girl. He changes his mind.
Yeah, I'll believe that David's gonna be there when David shows up, and I see him there.
Oh, I was looking into maybe renting a car and go see Graceland again, but I'm not gonna do that if it's a 10-hour ride. It's the same. I was thinking when I was in Delaware, I'll just drive to Kentucky and taste some moonshine. And then I found out America is fucking big.
It is. Actually, it sucks. You're like, oh, that doesn't seem too far. And it's like,
yeah.
24-hour drive.
Yep.
That's pretty stupid of me. No, but we're actually gonna. I'll try to figure out if I can go to Gatlinburg and try some Old Smoky.
We better go inside.
Yeah, you better go inside.
The toddler brought her phone over here, so okay, Eris.
Yeah, but everyone have fun. We are now close to midnight, and Jamie will yell at me if I'm not ready for her stream again tomorrow.
He's got to be ready for the Karen Reed and what did you say? The sex cult might be back on.
You say Smex Cult on YouTube, Jamie.
Oh, sorry, Smexy cult.
She's getting too used to being on Discord.
I know, just like letting all my profanities fly.
Yep.
Yeah, on a not monetized channel, it's the real Jamie.
Yeah.
Yep. That's all right.
The
We're good with
the
it.
Marines call Jamie when they need someone to teach their drill sergeants how to yell at the new recruits.
You know it. I'm a scary MFer.
Well, that's why we joined the Jamie Network.
Well, that
For
comes
these
under the
kind of
category of too bad.
That's right.
Not really. No, what did I tell you guys in the Discord? I just got to be scary and hopefully no one wants to fight me because I can't fight. I don't wanna.
Don't wanna.
I don't wanna.
Everyone have fun, and Stephen, I'm looking forward to that lap dance.
Bye, Baker.
Bye.
Bye, ladies.
All right, I'm playing this, and then I'm going to go deal with this toddler.
You do that.
Showcase.
Yes, sir.
Talk a little bit about how once you get to the venue, once you get to Fusion, we heard some testimony about some shot girls.
Yes.
Who hires the shot girls?
Who hired the shot girls?
Yeah.
It was between a choice between myself, Clint, and the other two promoters that were working at the time.
And who would instruct the shot girls as to what their role was and what they should be doing?
It was basically almost everyone told them what to do. Ultimately, it came down to the owner really just giving them, because they would have obviously a bottle, if you're familiar with how shot girls work. So they would have to buy whatever the alcohol is, and then they'd have to hand it out themselves. It'd be their own, what's the better word? Responsible for what they had in their hands. I do recall a time when I said that to help, I guess Casey wanted to help out, and I allowed her to, not allow her, but she just wanted to help. So I was like, oh, well, you could tell the shot girls, help keep them in line or whatnot, what have you.
Did she ever express to you that they had any ideas on what the girls should be wearing?
I don't recall.
All right. Now, in the very beginning of this relationship with Ms. Anthony, were you told by her whether or not she had a job?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
That she had a daughter.
I'm sorry?
She had a daughter. I don't really remember the.
Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe we're getting lost here in the echo. Did she tell you whether or not she had a job?
Oh, she had a job. Yes, she had a job at Universal Studios.
Did she tell you what she did for Universal Studios?
Some with event planning, I believe.
He didn't listen.
Something with events?
Yes.
Did she ever, in the beginning part of this relationship, ever tell you any details about her job?
Throughout the relationship, she would always talk about specific things, that she had a job, specific people.
What kind of people would she mention?
I recall Jeff. I recall a couple other girls' names, but I can't remember their names.
She talked
Did she ever
them,
complain
but
about
I don't
her job?
know. I don't know.
I can't remember specifics. Pretty sure
I
everyone
wasn't
comes
really
home
in it to
complaining
listen
about
to what she
jobs.
was saying.
So
Yeah,
she might have.
staring at her boobs.
Did you ever see her with any identification from Universal Studios?
Yeah, she'd walk in the apartment with a Universal badge.
Did it have her picture on it?
Yes.
No.
When you first met the defendant and you met Kaylee, were you ever told by the defendant who was taking care of her child while she went to work?
Her babysitter and her mother, either or.
Either or?
He's far too old. Baker's only 27.
Yeah. He's just a toddler.
Did she ever talk to you with any specificity about what the babysitter's name was?
At that point, it was Zanny.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
And this is in the beginning of the relationship?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you anything about Zanny? Did she tell you, I'm sorry, let me break it up. Did she tell you where Zanny lived?
No.
Did she tell you if Zanny had any relatives?
No.
Did she tell you if Zanny cared for any other children?
Not that I can remember.
Casey's pretty soothing. You didn't listen to a word I said.
Did she ever
you?
discuss with you when you first met her
Listen to any of my lives.
what she paid Zanny?
I told you my life story and you know nothing about me.
Don't remember.
Don't remember.
Did she ever tell you when the nanny would take care of her and when her mother would take care of her?
Absolutely.
I don't.
100%
It would be
is, for
either
sure.
or. She would give specific times of when that she would say that she was with the nanny.
Unfortunately.
I don't recall what your question. Your question is: does she specifically specify when this person would watch the baby, and then this person would watch the baby this day? Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
Oh no, I don't recall about that.
Your Honor, may counsel approach for a minute? You ready? Thank you. Mr. Lazar, we were talking about June 13th, 2008. You were telling us about a hip-hop showcase that you were doing at Fusion.
Oh, a
Yes, sir.
hip-hop showcase.
To your recollection, was that the first time that the defendant went to Fusion with you?
Yes, sir.
Oh, is it picture time? I think it's blue dress time.
I love that nothing's digital or nothing's like.
I'm showing what's been marked.
It's all like the actual like
State's
poster board and
exhibit, I
stuff.
believe it's BK. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is that a picture of?
That's a picture of myself and Casey.
All right.
Look it up.
I notice in this picture, well, are you guys standing or sitting?
You're sitting.
And was that picture taken in June of 2008?
Yes, sir.
All right. Is there a way for you, looking at that picture, able to tell us whether this picture was taken on June 13th, 2008, June 20th of 2008, or June 27th of 2008?
It would have to be the early June, because when I first started promoting, I would always wear a tie. As the month went by, I just aced the tie. So it had to be June 13th.
I love him.
Is that
That's
a fair
how you
and
know?
accurate representation of what you and the defendant looked like on June 13th of 2008?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move what's been previously marked for identification, BK, into evidence states number 5, I believe. 6 or 6.
These photos, because I believe the last one was only
Okay,
addressed to the other photos.
you can approach the sidebar. Okay, objection will be noted. Objection will be overruled. You may proceed. Mr. George, you are offering that in evidence?
Yes, and just so the record is clear, I believe I misspoke and asked that it be entered into states number 5. I believe that number should be
Don't
6.
worry about what number it is. The
Okay.
clerk will tell us what number it is. Just offer it in evidence with your identification number.
Very good. At this time, Judge, may I publish it?
Okay, it will be received in evidence over objections. Madam Clerk, would you announce the exhibit number, please? You may proceed, Mr. George. You may publish it.
Thank you, sir.
I like how he's a stickler for the rules of evidence and things like that.
Oh yeah.
All right. Was this showcase a success for you?
From what I remember, yeah.
Yeah, it's not 100.
We had a few more
It's
coming up,
not
correct?
100%
Yes, sir.
correct.
Yeah.
Now, after this
That's the blue dress one. That's
showcase,
100.
did the defendant
Yeah.
return to your apartment with you?
Yes.
Oh, you're not wrong.
Was she able, did she stay over with you that night?
Oh, he kind of
Yes.
does. He
Look
looks
at
like he's the
him,
copy
yeah.
guy, the copy guy or
Was
whatever.
this the
Yeah.
first time that she stayed over with you?
He does.
Oh, now I won't be able to unsee
believe
it.
so, yes.
I know.
Yes,
Sorry?
definitely, yes.
Okay.
Maybe Baker is not the daddy over here. Maybe Rob is.
Now, did there come a time after June 13th that the defendant began spending more time with you?
Oh Lord, I don't know, Young.
Yes, mid to late June, she would stay over.
Was there a time during this time period, after your Fusion Hip Hop Showcase, where the defendant basically lived with you?
You could say that.
I can say that.
George?
Would you say that?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's how it's done, George. Just admit it.
Did she spend,
Yeah,
Yeah.
she basically lived with me.
did she come to spend
didn't-
every night?
Well,
Yeah.
she
Yes.
stayed there, but she didn't live there.
Shouldn't really stay there.
Directing
You know,
your
she
attention
didn't
to
get
June
mail there, so
16th
I
of
wouldn't
2008.
say.
Did you see the defendant that day?
Yes.
Approximately what time do you recall seeing her that day?
In the evening,
Was it early evening, late evening,
late evening.
somewhere around there?
What's that?
Somewhere around, I'm sorry.
I would say anywhere after 6:30, 7 o'clock.
Do you
I
recall
know,
going to
yeah.
a Blockbuster video?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to that Blockbuster with the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach with a stipulation?
You may.
You may. I love that guy.
Mr. Bias?
Yes, sir. I've seen it, and we stipulate.
Okay, y'all want me to read it into the record? You want me to read it into the record, Mr.?
Would you please, sir?
Stipulation between the state of Florida and the defense, Casey Marie Anthony. The copy of the video surveillance and still photographs taken from the video recorded at Blockbuster Video on June 16, 2008
R.I.P.
at
Blockbuster.
1954.26 hours are true and accurate representation of the business records of Blockbuster Video.
It feels like Blockbuster
Parties
was
have agreed
over
to this
before
fact.
that.
And it should be
I
considered
know.
as true in your deliberations. Stipulation will be filed here in open court with the clerk. You may proceed, Mr. George.
I don't
Thank
know,
you, sir.
remember when streaming like really took over. But once it
Your
did,
Honor,
they were
at this
gone.
time, and unless this was already done, we would move the DVD of the video into evidence.
What is the identification number, Mr. George?
I'm sorry.
Listen,
LE?
Stephen.
LE
Based upon stipulation, is there any objections? Any additional objections?
Yes. God. Stop it.
Noting that
It's
and
gonna end up
noting the
like the Muppets
stipulation,
thing,
this
isn't
is
it?
what it purports, but noting the
know.
other grounds it
Now
will
you're
be
gonna have to make
received
a
in
new
evidence.
thumbnail.
As what, Madam Clerk? You may proceed, Mr. George. You wish to publish it?
yes, I do, sir.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Oh goodness. Look at it.
Oh
Dee, dee, dee,
man.
dee, dee, dee. Yeah. I mean, pretty good video for those days.
Sorry.
I'm surprised.
Oh, I love video rental stores.
I know. I always loved
Especially
like,
back when they were VHS rental stores.
Good.
Oh,
Yep. It was like every Friday night we'd be like, let's go rent some movies for the weekend.
Can you stop it there?
We had one that had a
Mr.
pizza place
Lazar,
in
do you see
it.
what's on the screen there?
By
Yes.
ready, you just took them take a bake.
Timestamp, well, not timestamp, but the marker on
That
it
was
is
fantastic.
20.0.
Okay.
Do you recognize yourself in that video?
Yeah, that's the Marbury jersey.
I'm sorry?
That's my Stephon Marbury jersey. Yeah.
And
Stephon Marbury jersey. He was a player for the Knicks.
Sounds like Lefty.
That's big.
And he
so you
remembers
recognize
every
yourself.
significant
Yes, sir.
event in his life based
You have
on
your-
ball
and you have
games.
your arms around
Yep.
somebody. Who do you have your arms around?
Casey.
Casey Anthony.
Yes, sir.
And this is on June 16th of 2008.
Yes, sir.
All right. When you went to Blockbuster with her that night, how would you describe her demeanor?
The way she was every day.
Which was?
Happy to see me, having a grand old time.
On this date, at any time that you saw her that night, did she ever cry?
Yeah, she was really shaken up
She ever
about her
act
daughter
scared?
drowning in the pool, huh?
Nope.
She ever act
Yeah,
nervous?
or
No.
being
Did
kidnapped
she
by the
tell you
nanny.
that her
Right.
daughter had gone missing?
No.
Did she tell you anything about that there was something wrong with her,
No.
or that something had happened to her?
No.
Was there any difference in this woman's attitude this night than it was for any
Oh,
other
yeah.
previous time that you had seen her?
No.
Ours, they'd let you put your name on a list. Oh my God, it was so great.
Did she
Remember when
stay
you get
over
the
that
call
night?
that it was in?
Yes,
You're
sir.
like, we gotta go.
And from there
The
on,
movie's in.
did she
Go
stay
right
with you?
now.
Yes.
When she came over during this time period of June 16th, did she bring a suitcase?
I do not recall at that time.
Do you recall any of Kaylee's clothes being there?
No.
Any of Kaylee's toys,
No.
stuffed animals,
Nope.
books,
Maybe a book.
any toiletries for Kaylee?
No.
On this night, do you recall her speaking with Kaylee on the phone?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall her speaking with her parents on the phone?
Right?
Like I
Very
said
true.
in previous statements, every time she ever would talk on the phone, she'd go outside. It was
No, I'm like, you couldn't
That's
text
about it.
that?
Well, this is while she was staying with you, correct?
correct.
And we'll get to that. But on this particular night, do you recall her calling anybody
No, I do not recall.
while she was with you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Be a fair statement that on this particular, by this date, by June 16th, this was still a rather new relationship.
Yes, sir.
Did you care for her?
I know.
For Casey?
The
Yeah.
curtain.
Special movies.
And as far as the relationship was going right then and there, was it going well?
Yes, sir.
Had you had any fights,
No.
disagreements?
Now we just
Nope.
stream those in Discord.
I'm sorry, she stayed the night that night, correct?
Yes, sir.
The following day, did you spend with her?
Very
Yes, I did.
late.
Did you go to
in
classes?
Ricada.
No, I played hooky.
You.
You played
Hi,
hooky.
Rexy.
Yes, sir.
Why'd you play hooky?
Didn't feel like leaving bed.
Told you. It's
Didn't
where
feel
all the
like
good
what?
Stuff
Didn't feel like leaving my bed.
You'd rather spend your day
It
with
is a free for all, for sure.
Yes.
During this time period, did you, what was your phone number?
I've changed it so many times. I can't recall that one. It was an
Probably had
AT&T
to,
number.
right? I mean, good God.
Do you recall
Ugh.
whether or not, just to go back for a second, back to the 16th, before you saw her at the Blockbuster, did you talk to her on the phone?
Yes.
Approximately, any idea how many times?
I can't recall how many times.
Do you know when you spoke with her in relation to when you saw her? Did you talk to her right before?
I had to be
No, no.
right. I would say right before.
During this
He
day,
deserves it.
before you went to Blockbuster, do you recall texting her?
Not that I remember.
All right, so June 17th, you play hooky.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what you guys did?
Stayed in my bedroom.
During that day, was there any change in the defendant's demeanor?
No.
Did she appear to be happy to be with you?
Yes.
Did she
This is
so
why I
relate
don't
that?
think it was an
That
accident.
she was happy to be with you?
Yes.
Did she
Like,
give you any
even
indication
if
that there was
an
anything
accident,
wrong?
Wouldn't you?
Nope.
Did she
be
say
upset?
anything about her daughter?
Not that I can remember.
But
Do you
that's the thing
recall
about
while you
this
spent the
chick.
entire day with her on June
She's
17th?
like
that
nothing I've ever
she
seen before in my life.
attempted to call her daughter?
How she just like
Do you
compartmentalizes
recall while you were with
everything,
her
you
on
know?
June 17th, whether or not she ever called anybody in your presence?
Yeah.
Yeah, not my presence.
Did she call anybody? No, because she wasn't looking for her daughter. She wasn't trying to get hold of Zanny.
You spend the entire day and night with her on the 17th?
Yes, sir.
How about June 18th? Did you spend the day with her then?
I probably went to class.
Okay. When you went to class, what was your understanding about what the defendant was doing?
She'd either go to school, go see Kaylee, or whatever she would do. She's a free woman.
Did she say, I'm sorry, did you say she went to
She's a
school?
free. What? She would go to work. She would wherever she would have to go.
Did she tell you where she had to
He
go?
just wants to talk
Not
to
that
you
I can
about his
remember.
Lord and Savior.
It was just a known fact of where she would go. It's an assumption.
Again, you were understanding she had a job.
I would understand that she had a job. Yes.
You had indicated earlier from your testimony that your lease was going to run out at the end of August.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you looking for another place to live?
Yes.
Directing your attention to June 19th, did you go looking for an apartment on that date?
Yes, sir.
Did you go with the defendant?
Yes,
We
sir.
should
Do
stream
you
that
remember
movie
what apartment you
in
went to look at?
Discord.
Oh,
I
God.
love that movie.
I haven't seen it
Overruled at
in
this
a long
point.
time.
The place that I originally, where I potentially moved into, Crane's Landing.
Where is that in relation to where you were living at the time? Is it close?
Yes.
She does,
How
Haley.
Around the block, basically.
And when you went to check out this apartment, who were you planning on living with?
Nathan Lesnovich and my friend Brian.
When you went to check out this apartment, did you bring the defendant with you?
Love
Yes.
it.
Did you both look at the apartment?
No, I did.
How come she did?
I believe she didn't have identification on her.
During this time period, where was your understanding about the defendant's living arrangements? Where did she live?
She was living at home.
Did she at this time give you any indication that she was not going to be living at home?
Yes, she was always talking about her and Amy was going to get the Anthony's home because they were going to move out, or they were going to go get themselves their own apartment.
Did she tell you during this time period when
This-
the Anthonys were supposedly moving out of their home?
This is when I started to think maybe she had other plans that involved the not being around of her parents anymore. Yeah, he did, young. He met Kaylee before. Like, she used to bring him over or bring Kaylee over to the house. All the roommates met Kaylee. I didn't play them, but I do remember from watching the trial the first time that all the roommates were very upset over the loss of Kaylee. Like, they really enjoyed that little girl. They talked about how smart she was and how funny she was, and they really liked Kaylee. And they were very hurt by what Casey did to her. Allegedly.
I can't recall the exact time, but it was all relevant into that at that point.
It was what?
It was all relevant to that time frame.
You mentioned the word Amy. Who's this Amy that you're talking about?
Amy, who's Zenga, I believe, was one of her friends.
When you first heard this name, had you met this woman?
No.
So,
No, I'm sorry. No, I met her. She came the night I met Casey.
all right. So the defendant was going to live with Amy,
Yes,
either in the home or in another apartment.
correct.
Again, during this time period, did she tell you about her home life? Did she say anything about her dad?
Not at that time.
Did she say anything about her relationship with her mother?
She told him and the roommates that either her
Not that I
mom
can
had
recall
her or
at
the
that
nanny
point in
had
time.
her.
Okay. Right now, everything is just pretty good.
Yes, sir.
Well, let's put it this way. By the 18th of June, were you and the defendant sharing secrets? Well, I mean, were you sharing any of your secrets?
Not that I can remember.
All right. This was a new relationship.
Yes, sir.
All right. So June 19th, you look for an apartment. June 20th. This is, did you go to Fusion again that night?
Yes, sir.
Is this another hip hop showcase?
Yes.
And again, this is something that you promoted.
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant go with you?
Yes, sir.
During this hip hop showcase, did anything different happen than happened the last time?
Yes. 20th, there was a hot body contest that happened.
Was the hot body contest something that had been promoted beforehand?
I can't recall if it was promoted beforehand, but it definitely was, I want to say maybe a last minute decision.
All right. And when you got there, were there enough people to have a hot body contest?
More or less.
At some point, was the defendant asked to participate in that contest?
Yes.
Who asked her to participate?
I wasn't present for it. I was actually notified by her that said she was going to do it. And I was like, oh, I guess, okay, if you want to do it, you want to do it.
Did you have any objections to that?
Unfortunately, be stricken.
As to hearsay to be overruled.
Just testified as to information he was given.
Sir, who gave you that information?
Casey did.
Objection overruled.
She told you she was going to participate in this contest.
Yes, sir.
Did you have any objection to her doing so?
I can't recall. I maybe hesitated for a second, but I said, hey, if you want to do it, you want to do it. So.
Now, you were actually present for the contest, were you not?
Yes, sir.
And I don't know if we talked about this before, but since this is your showcase, what is your role?
My whole role that I took was basically making sure that nothing got out of hand. That was basically it. I made sure that, no one was harassing the bartenders. Basically like head security, if you want to say, more or less, of the night.
Did you entertain?
No, I did not.
I'm showing you what's been marked for identification. Actually, I'm not showing you anything.
You have a picture?
You have a picture on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's the blue one. Because
I'm
it's
showing you
hot
what's
body
been marked for
content.
identification, BR. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is that a photograph of?
That is a photograph of the hot body contest going on.
I'm sorry?
The hot body contest going on.
Okay. Do you recognize Casey Anthony?
Yes, sir.
All right. What is she wearing?
A blue dress.
Is that the same dress that she came to the showcase in?
Yes.
All right. I know the picture's kind of cut off, but can you tell who's singing there?
That is Clint.
Clint House?
Roy House, yes.
And you were present while this was going on?
Yes, sir.
Does this appear to be a fair and accurate representation of the defendant participating in the contest on June 20th, 2008?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move this exhibit BR into evidence as the state's next in line.
Yes, sir, we object. We renew our previous motions and objections at 403, 404.5, and 803.
Denied.
Noting previous objections, objection
Oh,
will be
please.
overruled and received into evidence.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, may I publish State's Exhibit number 8?
You may publish it to the jury.
Thank you, sir. On this night, sir, did you notice any difference in Casey Anthony's demeanor as you had any other previous time that you'd spent with her?
No. No, sir.
At any time during this night, did she ever tell you that her child was missing,
No, sir.
had been kidnapped,
No, sir.
was actively looking for her,
No, sir.
asked you for help?
No.
Did she ever tell you during this night that she needed help,
No.
that something had happened to her?
No.
I mean, I thought it was good they did that with a lot of the
No or
witnesses
yes?
too. So they're asking,
Use
like,
the word note.
Right.
Oh,
She
I mean,
didn't say
Thank you.
anything. She
Sorry.
didn't ask for
No
help.
problem.
She didn't
yeah.
Can you backtrack
change
a
her
little bit?
demeanor.
You had said that you'd had a
She
lot of
just
different phone
continued her
numbers.
party life.
Yes, sir.
During this time frame, did you have a phone number with a 631 in it?
Yes. I only had different phone numbers because of her media harassment.
Because of what?
Media harassment.
All right. But up until that time, you said.
Yeah, that was what same. I had one phone number at that time. Yes.
And was that a 631 number?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you. All right. So was that hip hop showcase a success?
Yes.
And the defendant came home with you?
Yes, sir.
Was there, directing your attention to June 23rd, was there a time during that particular date that the defendant notified you that she had run out of gas?
Yes, sir.
Approximately what time, if you recall, did she let you know this?
Mid-afternoon to late afternoon.
Were you in class or were you at home?
I was at home.
I'm sorry?
Home. I was at the apartment.
Had you been to class that morning?
Yes.
What do you recall her telling you when she called you?
That she ran out of gas and she needed to get picked up.
Probably true.
When she told you she ran out of gas, did she seem frantic,
And lie is crazy.
No.
to me.
scared?
No.
Worried?
Yeah, she's
Angry?
almost as bad as
No.
She just asked you for some help.
Yes, sir.
what's her face? The one
Did you have
that
any problem giving her that help?
Gavin.
No.
What did you do?
I went to where she
Scout
told me
or
she
whatever.
was, and I picked her up.
All right. Where did she tell you she was?
That she was walking on, I can't remember the name of the road. It's the main road that is going south towards her house.
How long did it take you to get there?
I can't recall how long. Whatever it would take me from going from the apartment to that area.
Did you talk to her on the phone while you were going to meet her?
I would believe so. Yes.
When you picked her up, did she have, was she on the street?
Yes.
Did she have anything with her?
A backpack.
Was that a backpack that you had seen before?
I can't remember.
After picking her up, where did you go?
She said she had gas at her house.
At
So
her
we went
house?
to her house to get gas.
Had you ever been to her house before?
I don't think so. No.
Did she direct you on how to get there?
Yes.
When you got there, where did you park?
In the driveway.
You were driving your Jeep?
Yes, sir.
When you got there, were there any other cars in the driveway?
No.
Upon getting out of the car, where did you go?
To her backyard.
Did you ever go into the garage?
Yes.
Did you go to the garage before you went to the side of the house?
Yes.
How did you get into the garage?
She opened it.
How did she open it?
I believe she had a keypad or a garage opener. I can't remember.
When the garage door opened, were there any other cars in the garage?
No.
Did you go into the Anthony home?
If I went through the garage, I can't remember if there was a door to the backyard or if you had to go through the house to get to the backyard. Either way, we went to the backyard.
I understand you went to the
I-
backyard.
I
I'm asking
missed
you
it,
if you
ma'am,
recall
what
ever
day?
walking or being inside of the Anthony home.
No, I don't recall.
You went to the side of the house.
Yes.
Where did you go?
To a shed.
And when you got to the shed, what did you do?
We had to open up the shed because that's where the gas cans were. So, and there was a lock.
Did you use a key?
No, she said she didn't have a key, so we had to break the lock
How did you break the lock?
with a tire iron from my truck.
Were you
Does that
concerned
not
about doing this at all?
Ring shady
Yes,
to you?
I was.
Come on.
What did you say?
I was like, "Are you sure you want me to break the lock?" And she was like, "Yeah, it's okay. It's my shed." So
Did you suggest did you suggest to the defendant that maybe she could call her mom or dad?
Ms. Stein, rephrase the question.
Sure. Did you suggest any other alternatives other than breaking the lock on the shed?
no, I believed her. I believed her word.
So you got a tire iron out of your car.
Yes, sir.
Were you the one that actually broke the lock?
Yes, sir.
How many gas cans did you take out of the shed?
2.
The gas cans that you took, did they have gas in them?
Yes.
And what did you do with those gas cans after taking them from the shed?
Grabbed the gas cans, put it in my truck, and then she directed me to where her car was.
When you got to where her car was, did you give her the gas cans?
We took them out. Yes.
Who put the gas into the car?
Casey did.
After she put the gas in the car, what did she do with the gas cans?
She put them in the trunk.
And again, what kind of car did she have at this time?
Pontiac.
White?
White.
All right. You saw her put the gas cans in the trunk.
Yes.
When she opened the trunk, could you see inside of it?
No.
From there, where did you all go?
Back to my apartment.
Did the defendant express any concern with breaking into the shed?
No.
When you got back to the apartment, did her mood change at all?
No.
Was she okay?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
You say yes or no?
Yes.
Did you spend the rest of the evening with her?
Yes.
You had mentioned a few moments ago that about telephone calls.
Yes.
Do you recall having or witnessing or being present when the defendant took or answered a telephone call?
No.
What happened when she took a phone call?
She would go outside.
Could you see her outside?
Sometimes she'd be walking around. You could see from my apartment, there was like a balcony, and you could see there was a retention pond back there, and then there was like grassy area. You could see sometimes her walking around out there.
Did you find it odd that she would leave the apartment every time she took a phone call?
Yes and no, but I didn't question it because I figured it was a private matter, maybe with her mom.
Why do you think it might have been a private matter with her mom?
Sometimes, because she would say sometimes she'd have to go talk to her mother.
When she came back from these conversations, was there ever a difference in or a change of mood?
No,
Did she ever give you any details about what they spoke about?
no, never got details.
In your presence, did the defendant ever say to you that I'm going to call the babysitter?
Yes,
And did she call the babysitter? Or did she dial a phone?
she would grab the phone, go outside. That's how she would go to dial phone numbers. So who knows if she actually was on the phone or just speak? I don't know.
That was my next
From my
question.
recollection, that she would go outside and use the phone. So.
All right. Did she ever tell you about any arguments that she had with her mom?
I don't remember anything specific.
Do you ever remember her mood drastically changing after she purportedly spoke with her mom?
No, not drastically. Would be what you would normally if you had any kind of altercation with your parents, but not a severe one.
Did she ever give you any details about what they were talking about?
Nor did I want to inquire. It wasn't my business.
Do you ever recall her, strike that.
I can't even imagine being roped into something
Did
like
she give
this
you any
because of
indication
somebody I
about what her
knew.
home life was like?
Could you imagine finding
It
out
wasn't
that your
until
girlfriend
later,
Right?
before
had
New
on the
York.
live
I
trial
went
this
back to
whole
New York
time
for
she was with
vacation.
you?
She one time mentioned
Yeah.
Okay. When did you go to New York?
June 30th
Well, and
to
everybody
the 5th
thought
of
that
July.
she did it to
The
be with him.
conversations or the
So
talks that you had, was that after you
Ugh.
came back?
Yes.
beers.
Hi, beers.
June, directing your attention to June 26th of 2008, did the defendant spend the day with you on that day?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall anything that you might have done that day?
Not anything specific.
Just hanging out at the apartment?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes. Sorry.
So
Yes.
it had to have been like the 14th or the
It had
15th
it.
that they went and got the gas.
Directing your attention to June
They're
27th of 2008. Was there another occasion in which the defendant called you to notify you that she had run out of gas?
They
Yes.
were
Approximately
such a
what time
fresh
did that happen?
relationship, though. They hadn't even been
Midday.
together a month. I don't
Before
think.
midday.
Mm-hmm.
Did she tell
But
you
he
where she
really
was?
didn't care
Yes,
about
she said
anything.
that she was at an
I didn't
AMSCOT.
ask her about anything. I
Did she
never
tell you
asked her
where-
Well,
about
I mean,
At
would
the
you
end of
really be
Goldenrod
that
Road.
invested in something
Were you
that
familiar
fresh
with that
in a
area?
Yes.
relationship,
Do you know
though?
where to go?
Yes.
And did you go and pick up
Especially
the
she's telling
defendant?
you
Yes, sir.
that she's with
When
the
you
nanny
picked
or
up,
she's with my
when you
mom.
pulled, pulled into the
okay.
AMSCOT parking lot,
Yes, sir.
did you ever
Well, as
get
long
out
as
of the
you're
car?
staying over and I'm
No.
getting some tail, who
When you
cares?
pulled into the AMSCOT parking lot, was the defendant in the car or outside of the car?
Outside of the car.
When she was outside of the car, did she have anything in her hand?
Bags, groceries.
Was that already in her hand, or did she go into the car and collect it?
No, it was already outside of the car.
I'm sorry, how many what did she have?
Groceries.
Just groceries. You don't have to
Yeah,
itemize them for me. When she got into the car, did she express any anger for having run out of gas again?
So the car broke down and I said, do you want me to look at it? And she said that, no, don't worry, my father will take care of it.
So she didn't tell you the car ran out of gas. She told you it broke down.
Yes.
She was
Are you
really like,
mechanically
no,
inclined?
I got it, or
Well, no,
someone
no,
else has
like,
got it.
no,
She probably made him feel edgy
Do you know
with
engines?
a lot of things.
No, I do know some oil, how to change the oil, and how to check gaskets and see if something's wrong, something's overheating.
And that's what you offered to do.
Yes.
And what did the defendant say when you offered to help look at the car?
That her father would take care of it.
He probably was like, I love this relationship. She doesn't tell me any drama.
After you picked her up,
and she
did you go
takes
back
care
to
of
the
everything
apartment?
herself.
Yes,
Deals
sir.
with it.
You drop off the
Yeah.
groceries?
Yes, sir.
Later on that day, on the 27th, did you go to the Fashion Square Mall with the defendant?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with another stipulation?
Yes, you may.
I think it's a lady thing. We're just always like, well, who are you talking to? Are you okay? What's going on? And he's like,
So
who are you talking to? Oh, no, buddy.
perfectly normal
Examine
to
the
me that she
stipulation
goes
prior
outside
to
to talk to her
signature.
mom or whatever on the phone, and he's just like, all right, peace.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I
Yeah.
will read you the stipulation between the state and the defense. The copy of the video surveillance recorded at J.C. Penney's on June 27th, 2008 is a true and accurate representation of the business records of J.C. Penney. The parties have agreed to this fact, and
JC
it should be
Penney.
considered as true in your deliberations.
Thank you, Your Honor.
File the stipulation here in open court.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move what's been previously marked for identification LF, which is a CD or DVD of the JCPenney video, into evidence as the state's next in line.
What says the defense? As to the issue of relevancy, objection will be denied. It will be received in evidence.
No.
Mr. Baez, you got to turn the microphone on if you want to
Sorry
hear.
about that.
I know.
It was muffled down on the bottom of my papers. We also object to under 403, 404.5, and 803. Judge.
No to no's objections. They will be overruled. It will be admitted in evidence. It states numbered.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state would ask to publish states number 9.
You may publish states number 9.
I don't even think there's any Jock Panays anywhere anymore. Are
There is. We have one. I was just there a couple weeks
Aw.
ago.
I'm sad. I loved a good old Jock. Oh, is this when she was like using the credit card?
Oh yeah, I
Wasn't
think
it?
she's using Amy's credit card.
She was, yeah, stole her
She
friend's
dropped
credit
Amy
card.
off at the she dropped Amy off and then stole all of her stuff.
We always called it the Jock Panay to make it sound fancy.
I think all of the ones back have closed, but we just have one here.
We might still. We have the Genesee Valley Mall, and it's got a few stores open still. It's so run down. Now, yeah, only I only shop at Shein.
Right?
That's my go-to.
I need to go on there. I have some shirts in my cart I want to order.
Let's stop it there for a second.
Yeah.
I may.
I would look at.
Sir, do you recognize yourself in that video?
Yes, sir.
Where are you?
I love their
the one.
sweatshirts. I
What?
can't because they're.
I can't illustrate.
I'm sorry.
so
Yes,
they
you
work
can
really
take
good
you can
for
take your
work.
fingers kind of like a telestrator.
Oh, cool. All right. There we go. Draw a little circle there. That's where I am.
And how about Casey Anthony? Is she in this?
Right there.
All right. Looks good.
Yeah, I looked to see if they had any new stuff for the season. They have some cool sweatshirts, some nice ones.
Well, they have. I can't wear a hoodie at work, so they're great for the ones that they have without hoods on them.
I have a few.
And they're thin, so I don't get too warm because it's like, it's so cold in there. But once you get moving, you don't want a thick hoodie on, so they're perfect.
Like, how stupid are you to like steal your friend's
I take it you drove to the
whatever's
mall?
money?
Yes, sir.
She's gonna
From-
find out.
This
Like,
time
you're
that
so
you picked up Casey Anthony from the Amscot, did you ever see that car again?
No.
Did you buy anything at the mall?
That is exactly.
Did I
what we're
personally?
watching.
Yeah.
We're
No,
watching
I'm sorry.
Casey Anthony.
Okay, this is June
Strong with
27th.
her
This
friend's
is,
money while her
did you
friend
go
was
to
on
Fusion again
vacation.
that night?
Yes, sir.
Did you have another showcase?
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant go with you?
Yes, sir.
It's Casey Anthony's boyfriend on the stand,
All right.
Justin.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification BI. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
What is that a picture of?
Myself and Casey Anthony.
Oh, his stupid faces. God.
Looking at that photograph, can you tell the jury when that photograph or when you believe that photograph was taken?
July 27th.
Why do you believe that photograph was
Worse
taken on June
than
27th?
Jody.
From previously what I said with the
You
tie.
unalived a child.
I used to wear the tie. I first started doing those nights, and then I kind of just stopped wearing it.
Yeah, I think Casey is worse than Jody's child's play compared to this woman.
Was this just a friend that was taking a picture, or is this somebody hired to take pictures?
Well, he wasn't getting paid. It is a friend, but he does do professional photography.
Are these pictures that are taken, or was this picture taken, or if you can tell us, at the beginning of the night or the end of the night?
I can't recall that.
I can't remember when.
Is this a fair and accurate
Jody. This is
representation
June-
of what you
Was it
and
Jody?
Casey Anthony looked like on June
Jody
27th of
was
2008?
2010, right?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, the state
Something
will
like
move
that,
what's been
yeah. So
previously
this was
marked for
before
identification
Travis died.
BI into evidence as the state's next in
Yeah.
line.
What says the defense?
Got the mic on. Same objection, Judge. Relevance, 404.5, 403, 803.
Oh, actually, same year. It was the same summer.
Okay,
Travis
noting
also,
objections
June
will be
4th,
overruled.
2008.
It will be
Oh,
received
okay.
in evidence at
Yeah,
states
they both,
numbered.
this and Travis was the same
Will
summer.
publish.
I would, sir.
You may publish.
Thank you. All right. On this night at Fusion, sir, was there any noticeable change in Casey Anthony's demeanor?
No, sir.
Was she upset,
No,
I
sir.
mean,
Angry.
maybe it did.
No, sir.
sad?
No, sir.
Did she tell you at this time, on this date, that her daughter was
Something
missing,
worked.
No, sir.
or kidnapped,
No, sir.
or that she was looking for her,
No, sir.
or that she needed help because something had happened to her?
No, sir.
I think this trial was.
You had mentioned to us a
2011,
few minutes ago that
I
you had
believe
a,
I saw earlier.
you took a trip.
Step earlier. I
Yes,
think it was
sir.
2011.
Where were you going?
trial for
Or where
trial.
did you go?
I went back home, had a short little vacation. You know, they used to give them sometimes at Full Sail.
Wasn't Jody's trial like 2012?
I took a short vacation to go home in New York,
What date did you leave?
the 30th of June.
How'd you get to the airport?
Yeah, it was
She drove,
2011
You
was
say she, who?
Casey's
I'm sorry,
trial.
Casey Anthony drove myself and Cameron to the airport.
Where was Cameron going?
What's that?
Where was Cameron going?
Going back home as well in Ohio
How did you get to the airport?
in my Jeep.
Did you drive to the airport?
Yes.
When you got to the airport, what was the plan for your car?
She was supposed to drop she being Casey, was supposed to drop my car off back at some place.
Was there any agreement or discussion
Yeah,
about
and
whether
then
or not
Jody's was 2012 into 2013.
Casey Anthony would have access to your car while you were gone?
No.
Did you agree to let her use your car?
I was gonna
No,
say,
I did
this one
not.
had to have
Did
been
you
first
expect her
because
to be
this was
using
the
your
first
car?
trial I
No.
ever watched. gavel, gavel. So
Do you recall having any
then I also
conversations with her
watched
from
Cody's,
June
so-
27th up until the time that you were taken to the airport about the status of her car?
Yes,
What did she tell you?
that her dad would take care, that her dad was supposed to take care of it, or he took it to someplace. I can't remember if it was a mechanic or the car dealership, whatever it was. She said that her father was taking care of it.
But in any event, you did not expect her to be using your car.
Yes, sir.
You've been
Look at
talking
that,
a lot
Jamie,
about
another Seinfeld
Casey
junkie
Anthony.
for
Just for
you.
record purposes, is Casey Anthony in
love
this
it.
court?
Yes, sir.
Can you please point her out, describe something that she's wearing, please?
She is wearing,
State
What
accept
is
the
he objecting
stipulation.
to? Oh,
No.
I
Jose.
don't know. I
Go ahead.
missed it.
she's sitting over there, just wearing a blue blouse.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness has identified Casey Anthony, the defendant in
The
this
record
case.
will so indicate.
Thank you very much, sir.
This one
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I have
was-
no further questions. This witness is subject to recall.
Probably the wildest case I've ever watched because I couldn't believe the outcome.
Cross-examination.
Mr. George. Good afternoon, Mr.
Good
Nazar.
afternoon.
I want to ask you about these photographs.
Sure.
You realize you're here to testify in a first-degree murder case, do you know?
Yes, sir.
Do you realize that Casey Anthony is standing trial on a death penalty case?
Yes, sir.
Now,
Such a mistake. Such a mistake.
Sustained.
now, when the first photograph that was introduced, did Casey Anthony talk about murdering anyone?
No.
Did she talk about any murders she had just committed?
No.
Did she talk about murders she was planning of committing in the
It would
future?
have been great
No.
if you had like,
Did
yes, she kind of
she
did.
borrow duct tape from anyone there at the party?
No.
Did she get any weapons, knives, guns?
No.
You see a gun in her dress, or did you have the opportunity to see her with any weapons on her?
No.
Okay. What about the second photograph? Did she talk about murdering anybody on that day?
No.
Did she talk about somebody she was going to murder in the future?
No.
Did she talk about murdering Kaylee?
No.
Third photograph. Did she talk about murdering anybody on that day?
No.
Did she wear a gun, or were you in the opportunity to see if she had any weapons on her?
No.
Did she borrow any duct tape from anyone?
No.
Did she borrow any knives from anyone?
No.
Guns?
No.
Did she borrow anything that you think she could use to commit a murder on on any of those three occasions from anyone?
No.
That you could see?
No.
What about when she went to JCPenney with you? Did she buy any duct tape there at JCPenney?
No.
Did she buy
She
any
didn't buy anything.
plastic
Amy
bags?
did.
Yeah.
Did she buy any chloroform there at the JCPenney?
No.
Did she buy any weapons, knives?
No.
Did she go to the sporting goods department and look at the guns?
No.
No.
No, because
You
she'd already
had-
done it. It was over with.
I want to talk to you now a little bit about,
Poor Kaylee was already gone.
I'm sorry, I forgot the Blockbuster.
Oh.
Did she buy any weapons there at the Blockbuster?
It's so
Did
true.
she
John.
maybe
I didn't know
snag
they dropped
a
the nasal guns.
ox cutter or something that
Right?
you could see?
No.
Did she talk
Yeah,
about
we were
murdering
looking for
anybody?
the
No.
fire
Did
department.
she talk about any murders she had previously committed?
No.
Okay. No. Oh, she didn't buy any duct tape?
No.
Was there any duct tape laying around that maybe they were unpacking videos from?
No.
Now I'd like to talk to you about Kaylee.
Okay.
It's true.
How many
It's
I
times
think
did
she
you
didn't
see
go to
Casey with Kaylee?
Walmart. She'd have for sure
2 or
been
3
fried.
times.
Should've been in trouble.
And before you even met Casey, you knew Casey had a daughter.
Yes.
And that was okay with you?
Yeah.
You didn't have any issues with dating a girl who had a child?
No.
And you liked Kaylee?
Yes, I did.
And the times that you saw Casey interacting with her daughter, was it in a loving manner?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Casey be attentive to Kaylee?
Yes, sir.
Did you see Casey ever neglect Kaylee in any way?
No.
Did you see Kaylee ever go without any food?
No.
Did you see Kaylee wearing dirty clothing?
No.
In fact,
Such a good mom.
most of the interaction that you observed with Casey and Kaylee was that she was a good mother, right?
Yes, sir.
Sustain. Sustain.
Yes, sir. Now, there was an incident where, actually on June 2nd of 2008, you went with Casey and Kaylee to the pool.
Yes, sir.
You spent some time together.
Yes.
And was there an incident where you saw Casey have to discipline Kaylee?
Not that I can recall.
Oh, she just teased it that way. Closer to God, right?
Apologize. I can't.
Could you be more
Okay,
specific
Rose.
on what you mean by discipline too?
Sure. If you can give me just a moment, I'll find it. Okay. And when I say discipline, I'm referring to maybe raise her voice at Kaylee.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And do you recall a situation by the pool where she had to raise her voice at Kaylee?
Not by the pool, no.
Do you recall that at all?
No.
If I showed you your statement that you gave to law enforcement on I believe it was September 15th of 2008, would that reflect your recollection?
Sure.
Okay. I'm referring to Bates stamp 1653, Counselor.
You may.
Sure.
Yeah, like
Okay.
people I know scream at their kids all the time in front of people.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Right?
That reflects your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened.
For I just wrote my statement. She was going near the pool and she didn't want her to go near the pool. Obviously, Tyler likes to mosey on off sometimes, and she got probably too close to the pool. Too close to the pool.
And what did Casey do once she got too close to the pool?
What every other mother would do, try to stop her from getting from the pool. Stop, hey, stop, you know?
Was it your impression that Kaylee really enjoyed the pool?
Yes, sir.
And you had an opportunity to see that?
Yes.
Yeah, isn't that the guy she works for now? Like, in real life?
She did. I don't know if she still does or not, but she
Now,
did.
I think
PI
in the
worked for
he was in
him.
that documentary that she did on Peacock.
when
Oh, I didn't
Mr. George
know,
asked you
remember.
if you had an opportunity
Maybe that'll be
to
the first thing
share
in my
secrets
Discord.
with Casey,
Yeah.
there was a secret that she shared with you, did she not?
Yes.
And it was in reference to her father abusing her, did she not?
Predicate's been laid. It's outside the scope of the direct examination. It's hearsay.
Sustain on hearsay.
Judge, may I have a moment?
I don't know that he's sticking up for her so much as he's just answering the questions that are asked of him, like her father should have done.
Yeah, instead of arguing. And I forgot what this was. What was this about? She told him that her father was abused. This woman. She's such a trash woman.
Yes. He
Judge,
can't ask
we would have argued the
self-serving
last
statements.
objection
He
would
has
be
to
an
stand to get
an
anything
admission as
that's-
opposed to hearsay.
No,
It's a statement of the
self-serving.
defendant.
It's a self-serving
It's
statement of the
also
defendant.
self-serving.
Self-serving.
Objection
There you go,
sustained.
Farrell.
Let's
Look at
move on.
you.
That's right.
Yes, sir.
You tried though. Good job, Jose. You tried.
He knew that wasn't, he knew too. You see his little grin when he said
Yeah.
it's statement of the defendant. He's like, I know what's coming next.
Now, Mr. Lazaro, you were very cooperative with law enforcement, were you not?
Yes, sir.
And this was from the very beginning.
You, Eric.
Yes, sir.
In fact, the only people you would talk to was law enforcement, was it not?
Yes, sir.
I think that was just a big
In
rumor, but that's just my
fact,
opinion.
You wouldn't even speak to the defense, would you?
I didn't know I had to.
Unless it was at deposition.
Right.
And you cooperated with their every request.
Yes.
You allowed them to tap your phone.
Yes.
You wore a wire for them for Lee Anthony, with Lee Anthony.
Yes.
Everybody
And-
with the hair.
You know.
You gave numerous sworn
Question
statements,
about
did you
the
not?
old guy,
Yes, sir.
Attorney Harris.
5 to be exact.
I can't
don't know,
remember.
Think about that.
And you never made any statements
or
to
her
the
and
media,
Jose, for that matter.
No.
despite being harassed left and right by them.
Yeah, I did not talk to the media.
And you never sold any of photographs or made any money off of this case?
No,
in
sir.
any way?
No, sir.
Now, I'd like to talk to you about the first time Casey ran out of gas.
Okay.
Okay.
I remember
Now,
that, Doug.
when-
The pump it.
You went to get the gas cans and you broke in the shed. You had to do that, right?
Yes.
And that's because she couldn't do it.
Well, she could.
She could.
Yeah.
She could break a lock on her own.
Well, she was a girl. Probably better off if I was doing it.
I didn't understand your answer. Are you saying she could or she could not?
She could have.
She could have.
Right.
Okay. Well, did you get the impression?
Young, I'm
That-
dressing up as Casey next week. I'm
I
gonna
mean,
match her outfit.
how much do you think she weighs? 105 pounds? What?
Overall,
You're gonna have the part the bangs. in the
Give or
middle.
take.
Well, I gotta
Okay.
see what she's doing.
And,
She changes her hair
do
like
you
every
think-
time, so
Yeah.
Well, I'll
Let's
refer.
see.
I'll move
I
on.
wonder if I
Let
can
me
find
ask you this. So
something.
you got the gas
I think they
cans.
still have
There
them
were 2
back
gas
there.
cans.
Yes, sir.
And then at that point, you drove to her car.
Yes.
Did she at any time tell you, stay away from my car?
No.
Did she say, or did she kind of lean in front of you so you wouldn't get near her car?
No.
Was she blocking you in any way?
No.
Did she tell you at any time to stay away or you couldn't get anywhere near her trunk?
No.
Now, when you poured the first can into the,
Well, she actually poured the gas can.
okay, when she poured that gas can
Right.
into the tank, you were standing next to her.
Correct.
And how far away would you say from the trunk is the gas gauge?
Here's the car.
I don't think I can play the
There's
commercial.
the gas tank. I was standing here. She was standing here.
Put a copy of it in Discord. Though.
So maybe 2 feet away from the trunk?
Yeah, more than 2 feet.
Object to counsel testifying to measurements.
it's cross-examination. He's leading.
I think a predicate still needs to be established.
Overruled?
So about 2 feet.
I would say more than that, probably.
Okay. Now, after she poured the first gas can in, she opened the trunk.
No.
Okay. Was it after the second gas can was put in that she,
I only recall her, I remember her putting the gas in the car and then she put them away in the trunk. So she had to open the trunk after.
okay. And when she, at any time, either before, after, or during, did you smell any stench in that car?
No, sir.
Now,
But I wasn't in the car.
I realize you weren't in the car, and I understand. We'll get to that in a moment. Now, she had keys to her car, did she not?
What's that?
She had keys to her
Yes,
car,
sir.
right? Because she eventually drove it away.
Yes.
And
There it is. Oh. Like, you can do that without a bump it, people. It's very easy.
so there was nothing to preclude her
'Cause I feel
from
like that
putting
would
the
be so
gas
annoying in
can
your head all
and
day.
maybe the front.
I forgot I had that on.
Right.
You can just tease it to do that.
Yeah.
She was in
Right.
jail, so.
Instead, she
I
put
didn't
it
have
in the
access
trunk
to
of her
bump it.
Right.
And I know it's been a long time.
Yes, sir.
And I want to ask you if,
Well, I don't know if you were here, Jung, but we found out that Jersey Source started around the time of this trial, or
Yep.
a little before this trial, so it was like,
Yeah, it
Jersey
started in
Shore was all the
09, the
rage.
trial was 11.
Yeah.
I apologize to the court and the jury. I'm just trying to find something.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I think we have them at work. I know we have the bun maker thing. Like where you roll your hair down on
like
it.
that.
I know under direct examination, well, let me
Magic
ask you
bun or
this.
Yeah.
Do you recall if you saw the corner lining of her trunk when she opened the car trunk?
No, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection if I showed you your sworn statement to law enforcement given on October of 2008?
Sure.
It was way easier to just tease it though and
3875 Bates number.
do it on your own.
Report to counsel, line 12.
You may.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah, I didn't know what you meant by lining.
No problem. Okay, so when she opened the trunk, you were close enough to see the liner. the
You would
inside
see
liner.
where the rubber meets, I guess, and that very edge of the corner. Yes.
Okay.
Awesome.
I love sock buns.
Now, the second time that
Much easier.
she ran out of gas, she actually told you she ran out of gas, did she not?
Yes.
Because there was a bit, I thought I heard you testify that she said the car broke down, but she actually told you she ran out of gas, did she
Right.
not?
I'm sorry. I must have misspoken, but yeah, I was meaning broke down, meaning she ran out of gas.
That hairspray still exists.
So just so the jury's clear, on
I think I
the
have a can of
27th of June, you came because she ran out of gas, not because her car broke down.
Yes.
And you weren't going to take a look at it because the car broke down. You were just offering to be
I was
helpful.
just offering help in general.
Okay. Now, you came down from New York to testify here, right?
Yes, sir.
And you don't live here anymore.
No, sir.
You don't have any
Oh,
family
how
here
dare him.
Actually,
We're down.
I do. Fort Lauderdale.
in Fort Lauderdale, but not here in Orlando. Okay. And would it be a hardship for you to come back and testify again?
Yes, sir.
Too bad.
Judge, at this time, I'd like to
He also is
introduce
on
a
the stand
photograph rather than
3
have
times,
to have this
at
witness come
least.
back. If
Yeah, you may.
Yamaha.
Okay, objection sustained. Your next question.
Yes,
Oh,
Judge.
geez.
In order to lay the
Is that
predicate,
hair gel?
rather than get a little tricky with the electronics, I'd like to show them the black and white.
What happens is that you're not gonna
Correct.
need to lay a predicate based
Hi.
upon what was said,
But you
Oh, yeah.
can't introduce those now, subject to what I said over here at the bench. So the next area. So
I
you're not gonna have.
So I don't have to even lay the predicates.
No, just read the identification numbers into the record so we'll know what you're talking about for purposes of the record, just in case.
Yes, sir. Defense Exhibit Q and Defense Exhibit P.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. When you went to pick up Casey at the Amscot, her car was parked into a parking spot, was it not?
More or less, it was kind of, if I remember, cockeyed.
Okay. And it was at the Amscot off of, was it Colonial Road? Colonial Drive?
Goldenrod meets Colonial, from my recollection of the area, so yes.
And within 20, I guess,
Still in Roswell.
that's next door to a gas station,
We
is it
gotta do
not?
some stuff for Eris first.
I don't remember.
Is there a Sam's Club right next door?
No.
Okay. Judge, may I show the witness the photograph?
Yeah, you can show them the photograph. I don't know where you're going right now, but you can show them the photograph.
If I show you a photograph of the Amscot, would that help refresh your recollection as to whether there's a gas station?
No. Unless it's on there, I mean,
May I approach the witness?
You can approach the witness, but make sure that's not exposed to the jury.
Okay.
After looking at the photograph, did that help refresh your recollection as to whether there was a gas station next to the Amscot?
does it refresh my recollection? No, but do I see it at a gas station? Yes.
Okay.
Me too, Rexy.
Now, there was a time where you saw Casey looking at a video on her computer, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And this was while she was living with you. I think counsel's gotten into the entire time that we went from June
Overruled.
16th through.
Overruled.
I wanted to talk about the statement that you gave. Actually, let me restate that. You gave a statement in October of 2008 where they asked you, and that wasn't your first statement, is that correct? In October?
No.
In fact, you had been questioned numerous times.
Yes.
And that was the time when you were actually questioned about the first time Casey ran out of gas, right?
I do not recall if that was the first time.
Do you remember the first time you advised anyone of the time that Casey had run out of gas for the first time?
Don't remember which statement it was. There's a lot of things going on at the time.
Okay. If I can have just a moment to double check. I apologize. I just realized the hour. I do have some matters that we'd like to go into, but I'd like to recall the witness. Save it for tomorrow, if that's all right.
Okay, how long is the rest of your cross-examination?
20 more minutes.
Okay. No, we'll come back tomorrow.
I'm sorry?
We will come back tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. I apologize.
You're welcome.
The acoustics here is.
We will come back tomorrow.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess for the evening. I'm going to ask you to remember all of my previous instructions, not to read, watch, nor listen to any news accounts. We will also take in
I was waiting for that.
consideration your request to work on Memorial Day. These are the factors that will be involved. 1, witness availability. 2, this building is scheduled to be closed Memorial Day,
Yeah, the jury
which
wanted
means
to
that
stay and work.
it is a county-ran facility.
Fixed.
So I would have to check with Orange County because to open the facility up involves budget dollars. And as you all know, they're hard to come by. And some other factors, including there are at least 3 other budgets that are affected. That's not solely my budget that I would have to look into. So have your requests, and I will let you know at least by Friday. But if we don't, I don't think you'll get bored Monday.
Yeah, because are they sequestered?
Planning some activities for those
Yeah.
who would want
I feel like they were.
They
Yeah.
were.
participate. So you just won't be, unless you choose to, confined to whatever hotel you'll be staying in. Okay? All right. With that, have a good evening.
Oh,
Okay,
God.
good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Did you
What?
There we go. It moved on to another
Alrighty.
thing.
The puffy shirt. Yeah.
The puffy shirt. I love the puffy shirt. That's awesome. Oh, I suppose I could go grab. Oh, I don't have my Discord open right now. I will look at it later, though. Maybe we'll show it next time.
Mm-hmm.
My humans are all moving around in here.
I know.
I know. I can't wait to go look and see what I don't know who I'm gonna grab for next week. I know Cindy's coming up. She's worse than George. Because she's trying to.
I don't remember her that much, so I'm excited to watch that one.
Yeah. Well, she is claiming that she's the one that looked up the chloroform and stuff for her garden.
Oh, yeah.
But she was at work.
Yeah, she's so lied.
So she couldn't have. Yep, she absolutely lied for her, and I don't know. I guess the whole protect your child thing, but I don't.
There's a line. There's a
Yeah,
line.
it's like cringe. So you're putting Casey above Kaylee, the baby that's not alive anymore.
Yeah, you find out your daughter lied about this nanny, told you she is looking for her daughter on her very own for 30 days, and then she's found dead on the side of the road. Like,
where's the mom that called and reported her daughter for stealing her car?
Yeah.
You let her use.
Yeah, and then you just go, well, I gotta protect Casey. Why? At this point, especially she's not telling you anything. She's lying about everything, and you're like,
Yeah.
Like, no.
Cindy was gross. And I don't know. Well, I'll find probably her and somebody else. Depends on how long hers is. If hers is really long, then.
Yeah, if hers is like a couple hours, you might as well just stick it to her.
Yeah.
But that was kind of dirty. They have to bring him back. That Tony guy. So then he doesn't
Poor guy.
live in Florida
Yeah,
anymore.
he testifies 3 different times, so.
Oh my God.
But I mean, what else are you gonna do? Like when you get
I
roped
know.
into crazy like that, like
I'm kind of stuck.
I feel bad for the friends and all of them that had to be put in the middle of all this, and all they did was live somewhere.
Hmm.
Go away, Rexy.
Right.
You're such a pain.
For sure.
So probably 2 next Sunday, unless Jamie tells me otherwise. Then we'll
That
see.
was just
Depends on
that
what
was
the
a
paper's going to.
that was a one-time occurrence. I needed to get it done.
Yeah, you don't have to go back for like 10 years.
I know.
So when you
Well,
don't leave your
it'll be that
driveway
much
and
because he hates the fact that I wait so long. Because I
well,
I have the automatic one that shows up or whatever, but they told me they're not
reliable.
they're not reliable, but my uncle is so against like, don't wait that long. And I'm like, okay,
Right.
fine. So I told him, I'm like, it came on like last week and this was like 5 months ago. He's like, I hate you.
Nice.
But yeah, and then he did it and I was like, well, was it good? And oh yeah, it was fine. I was like, see, I know. I'm wise.
Whatever, Rexy. We know this, Maddie. We've seen so many trials because that happened.
Mm-hmm.
They're nuts. All right, I'm hitting the outro. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. I super appreciate it. Hit the like on your way out. That'd be fantastic.
Let's get our feral to 500.
Yeah. And watch Baker tomorrow. He's gonna do some Karen Reed stuff and maybe some schmexy cult time. And
he says they're gonna open it up, so we'll see. Because I've been watching it on the other chick's channel because it was kind of interesting, and they're like 3 days in. So
yeah, if you're up tonight, come hang out with me in Clumsy's Discord and listen to Judge Maddie on the radio. I'm excited.
Yeah, tomorrow will be nice. I'm excited. I'm really anxious to see what they're gonna say about the Karen Reed stuff.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna have to be awake for that, so I'm gonna go take a nap.
Yep. All right, guys.